Chapter 4459. On the stage, the 5 Black Eagle escort masters roared angrily and exerted their strength. Instead of pressing forward, they changed their formation and moved in a straight line, instantly separating Qi Wenhan and the other 4. Bang! This time Qi Wenhan was immediately isolated, completely drifting away from his own vanguard formation. The audience gasped in shock. Not to mention those who knew the ropes. Even the layman who just wanted to watch the show knew that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was in a bad situation. Qi Wenhan, the young master, was the soul of the agency. He had to protect him closely, but in the blink of an eye, he had been isolated. They were outnumbered, and the initiative had completely fallen into the hands of their opponents. This way they could do whatever they wanted, and the other 4 from the Heavens Equal Escort Agency could not even save them. How could this be? Qi Mingyuan's heart tightened when he saw this scene. He took 2 steps back from the judge's seat. If Qi Wenhan really died on the stage, how could he live? Head escort, please wait. In my opinion, this matter is not so simple. Wenhan should not be so brainless. Furthermore, young Hero Ling is giving commands on the spot. Housekeeper Song, who had been guarding the area, quickly stopped him. Old Song, what you mean is? Qi Mingyuan immediately stopped in his tracks. He was confused because of his concern, but now that Housekeeper Song had reminded him, he immediately understood. With Ling Yi and Qi Wenhan's abilities, even if they were not a match for the Black Eagle Escort Agency, they should not be in such a passive position. Let's continue watching. I believe they will not disappoint you. Housekeeper Song nodded and did not say anything else. I hope so. Qi Mingyuan felt a little more at ease, but he was still a little worried. What were young Hero Ling and his son up to? Please don't let anything go wrong. At this moment on the stage, the situation was clear. Qi Wenhan was separated by his opponents. If he wanted to form a coordination with the other 4, he would have to go through the encirclement of the 5 Golden Elixir Realm experts. This was practically 1 against 5. Even if Qi Wenhan was much stronger than the average Golden Elixir Realm expert, it was impossible for him to do such an exaggerated thing. At most he could fight 1 against 2, and it was uncertain whether he could win in the end. If it was 1 against 5, it was practically asking for death. Capture the ringleader. Zhao Shanning, who was below the stage, hurriedly gave the order. He had been thinking about how to deal with Qi Wenhan since the beginning. Now that such a great opportunity had been placed in front of him, there was no reason for him to hesitate. After all, he had no friendship with the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency to begin with. Furthermore, this was not the time to be soft-hearted. While you're down, I'll take your life. The 5 experts of the Peak of Gold Core realm of the Black Eagle Escort Agency immediately formed a formation and prepared to take advantage of the situation to surround and kill Qi Wenhan. With their strength and this kind of ready-made opportunity, they did not need to waste their time at all. They only needed a moment to solve the problem. However, before they could do anything, on the other side, Qi Wenhan was already prepared. In an instant he exploded with an extremely astonishing speed, retreating to the empty space behind him. At the same time, the other 4 Heavens Equal escorts, who had formed an arrow formation, were also stunned. Instead, he took the initiative and aggressively charged towards one of the Black Eagle bodyguards. Even Zhao Shanning jumped in fright. His heart skipped a beat. The 2 sides had reacted in unison. Moreover, it was so fast. How was it possible that he was caught off guard? It was obvious that he had been accumulating power for a long time. That meant they were prepared for this. Could it be that they did this on purpose from the beginning? Zhao Shanning subconsciously glanced at Lin Yi in the distance. He knew that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency's previous victories were all thanks to this person. In the previous round, it was also this person who was able to toy with the Noon Horse Escort Agency in the palm of his hand. Who knew what this person was planning this time? The reason why Zhao Shanning was able to achieve what he had today was not because he was arrogant and conceited. He was able to clearly weigh the weight of every person he had met. In his eyes, Lin Yi was undoubtedly an unfathomable person. Zhao Shanning didn't dare let his guard down in the slightest, afraid of falling into Lin Yi's trap. Fortunately, the 5 escorts he'd sent out were all cautious men. Even when they'd wanted to surround and kill Qi Wenhan, they hadn't messed up their formation. Otherwise, if they'd been ambushed by 4 heavens equal escorts, one of them would have died on the spot. Come on, the gamble has already begun. Let's see if you're prepared to bet on big or small. Linny looked at Zhao Shanning from afar and smiled faintly. On one side was Qi Wenhan, who was alone, and on the other side were the 4 heavens equal escorts in the arrow formation. Zhao Shanning had to make a choice between the two. This was the gamble that Linny had set out. It was supposed to be a very simple matter, but because Qi Wenhan had escaped the encirclement, they had lost the opportunity to break through the situation. The situation had suddenly become complicated, and Zhao Shanning could not help but frown. First of all, the 4 heavens equal escorts who had formed the arrow formation could not be left unguarded. The arrow formation was originally a formation with outstanding lethality. With the strength of these 4 people, if they were left alone, it would not be difficult for them to kill an expert in the golden elixir great perfection in an instant. Secondly, on the other side, Qi Wenhan could not be left unguarded. Zhao Shanning could see that this person's strength was much stronger than an ordinary expert of golden core consummation. If he allowed him to do as he pleased, the consequences would be unimaginable. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't let go of either side. Zhao Shanning could only choose to split his forces into 2. One would deal with the arrow formation, and the other would deal with Qi Wenhan. As for how many people he would split up, he had to carefully consider it. On Qi Wenhan's side, it was obviously impossible to send only one person. If it was a one-on-one fight, he might be killed in minutes. Therefore, he needed at least 2 people. On the other side, facing the arrow formation of the 4 heavens equal escorts, Zhao Shanning did not dare to underestimate them. If there were less than 3 people, he might suffer a great loss. Vulture Falcon, deal with Qi Wenhan. The other 3 hold off the other 4. Zhao Shanning ordered in a low voice. He was still eyeing the isolated Qi Wenhan like a tiger watching its prey. He was itching to make a move and swallow him up. However, at the same time, he was afraid of falling into Lin Yi's trap, so he did not dare to send more people to deal with Qi Wenhan. If the other party's killing move was hidden in the arrow formation of the 4, sending only 2 people to guard would not be sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth. 2 people to deal with Qi Wenhan, and 3 people to deal with the arrow formation. This was the safest method in Zhao Shanning's eyes. Chapter 4460. On the other side, Lin Yi smiled as he watched the scene unfold. Bet on big, bet on small, and leave after you've made up your mind. Everyone in the audience was filled with interest as they raised their heads to look at the situation in the arena. Currently, it was still unclear who had the upper hand and who had the lower hand, but the scene was clear. The huge arena had unknowingly been divided into 2 halves. On one side it was Qi Wenhan against 2, and on the other side it was the Vanguard formation against 4 against 3. After so many South Continent Escort Agency grand meetings, they had seen all kinds of escort agency duels, and they had seen all kinds of tragic battles, but this was the first time they had seen such a strange situation. Zhao Shanning suddenly clenched his fists. Although it was still a stalemate, and no matter how he looked at it, there was a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart, and chills ran down his spine. This feeling was like falling into a swamp. At first it was not dangerous, but as it sank deeper and deeper, it would be too late to regret it when it was discovered. Zhao Shanning's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he was about to change his strategy when the situation suddenly changed. Qi Wenhan was still fighting 1 against 2, but on the other side, both sides had 1 person seriously injured and rolled off the arena. The Heavens Equal Escort Agency sacrificed a peak Golden Elixir Realm late stage, but succeeded in exchanging the opponent's Golden Elixir Realm Great Attainment. This situation made everyone's eyelids twitch. Exchange, another exchange. Previously, they had gained the upper hand in the exchange of chess pieces, which had destroyed the last bit of the Horse Escort Agency's spirit, and allowed them to crush their opponent and achieve a complete victory. Now the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was playing the same trick again, but this time, their opponent was the Black Eagle Agency. That's great. Young Hero Ling is really amazing. In order to create this opportunity to exchange, you have really put in a lot of effort. Qi Mingyuan saw the situation and immediately felt relieved, and praised Ling Xian. Previously he was still confused, but now that things had developed to this point, if he still could not see Lin Yi's plan, then he would not be able to sit in this position today. Although the strategy of exchanging pieces was simple, to achieve this, especially at the same time of exchanging pieces, it required real skills. After all, people were not fools. No one would be stupid enough to exchange an expert in the great perfection of the Gold Core realm for an expert in the peak of the Gold Core realm late stage. Heaven's equal escort agency was only able to do this because of Lin Yi's formation and direction. If it wasn't for the arrow formation, successfully creating a situation where they had the advantage of numbers meant that they wouldn't have the opportunity to exchange pieces. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation. Not bad. Not only did young hero Ling set up a brilliant trap, but Wen Han's performance was also commendable. His contributions cannot go unnoticed. Butler Song nodded repeatedly. Although the breakthrough point of this exchange was the four-man arrow formation, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the most crucial source of all this was Wen Han. If he had not successfully held back the two Golden Core Paragon experts, how could the other four people of the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency have the advantage in numbers? Especially when Wen Han was facing two Golden Core Paragon experts, he was able to remain calm from beginning to end. With ease, people could not help but sigh. This young master of the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency was indeed not an ordinary person. He was able to easily take on two people at the same realm. At least ordinary people would definitely not be able to do this. Let him go 1v2, even though it seems a bit risky. Although it seems risky, it's still within this fellow's ability. As long as the other party doesn't act recklessly, there shouldn't be any danger. Qi Mingyuan nodded. He was no longer worried and nervous. Instead, he became more spirited. If this continued, the possibility of taking down the Black Eagle Agency was at least 60%, maybe even higher. Once they succeeded, the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency would be the first to take down one of the top 5 escort agencies. This was enough to give the entire escort agency a shot of adrenaline. At the same time, it would let everyone know that the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency was not an undeserved reputation. It was not a super dark horse that had gotten lucky. It was truly capable of becoming the overlord of the escort agencies. Oh no! In contrast, Zhao Shannying's mood was extremely heavy. In the eyes of the onlookers, the Black Eagle Agency had suffered a loss this time. However, there were still 4 people left in the arena. The Equal of Heaven Escort Agency had 3 Golden Core Paragon experts and 1 Peak Lake Golden Core expert. The Black Eagle Agency, on the other hand, had 4 Golden Core Paragon experts. In terms of strength, they still had the upper hand. Even though this advantage was not great, it was enough to tip the scales of victory in the Black Eagle Agency's favor. At the very least, they would not be at a disadvantage. However, Zhao Shannying was not as shallow as the onlookers. He was not looking at the gains and losses of one city or one place. Instead, he was looking at the overall direction of the situation. It was obvious that after this exchange, the situation was already on the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency's side. On Wen Han's side, there were 2 Golden Core Paragon experts working together to besiege him. Even if they could not take him down in a short time, there was no need to worry too much. On the other hand, the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency's remaining 3 people could still form an arrow formation. On the other hand, the Black Eagle Agency's side only had 2 people left. The situation was not looking good. Previously it was 3 against 4. Basically, they were not at a disadvantage. Now that it was 2 against 3, it was obvious that they could not handle it. What Zhao Shanning was really worried about was that the other party would use the same trick again and exchange a Peak Lake Golden Core expert for a Golden Core Paragon expert. If that happened, they would completely lose the advantage. This was not impossible. In fact, it was highly possible. After all, the other party still had the advantage in numbers. Moreover, they held the initiative and were fully capable of launching another exchange. When that happened, all the people left in the arena would be Golden Core Paragon experts. Both sides would be fighting 1 against 2. However, although Wen Han had the strength to fight 1 against 2, the Black Eagle Agency's side could not do the same. They might even be killed by the 2 opponents in an instant. What should I do? Zhao Shanning was extremely anxious. At the same time, he looked at Lin Yi in the distance with extreme fear. Both sides were giving commands on the spot. Zhao Shanning's side was taking 1 step at a time and looking 2 steps ahead. He was smarter than the average person. However, compared to this calm and composed young man, he was no different from a 3-year-old child. The other party was not just taking one step at a time and looking 2 steps ahead. Even before he made his move, he had already grasped everything in his hands. No, he had to quickly come up with a countermeasure. Zhao Shanning did not dare to wait passively. Otherwise, if the other party really attacked again, he would not even have the chance to fight back. Chapter 4461. This meant that he was prepared to attack the only remaining peak golden elixir realm expert of the Qitian escort agency. Vulture was an expert in speed. Both of them were peak golden elixir realm experts. Even if he could not defeat Qi Wenhan one-on-one, he should have no problem delaying Qi Wenhan for a short period of time. If Falcon turned around to help, it would become a 3-on-3. With a slight advantage in strength, it would not be difficult to take out the opponent's peak golden elixir realm expert first. Zhao Shanning did not want to take any risks. He only wanted to use his advantage in strength to crush his opponent directly. But now it was obvious that he no longer had this confidence. Qi Wenhan was slightly taken aback when he sensed the other party's intentions. He immediately wanted to stop this Black Eagle escort who was known as Falcon, but the other party did not want to tangle with him at all. With Vulture's protection, unless Qi Wenhan risked his life to exchange wounds with him, there was nothing he could do to him. Qi Wenhan's eyes flashed with some hesitation and struggle. Based on his tough personality, if it were any other situation, he would definitely not let Falcon go so easily. However, this was an escort agency competition, and he was the most crucial factor in determining the outcome of the competition. Risking his life was fine at any other time, but this was the only time he could not do it. "Brother Qi, don't hold back," Linny suddenly shouted from below the stage. Qi Wenhan stared blankly for a moment, then immediately became spirited. Without caring about anything else, he leaped up and chased after Falcon. He raised his hand and used the most powerful absolute soul palm. This was his trump card. This sudden attack left everyone speechless. The crowd was left speechless. The Black Eagle escort on the stage, especially the Falcon guards who could feel the murderous intent behind him. This is a good opportunity. Let's join forces and kill him. Zhao Shanning roared calmly, as if he had already expected this. It was his original intention to let Falcon help on the other side, but at the same time there was another meaning to it, to lure the snake out of its hole. And now it seemed, this move had obviously succeeded. As soon as Zhao Shanning's voice fell, the 2 Black Eagle escorts closest to Qi Wenhan in the arena, Vulture and Falcon, attacked at the same time, each using their strongest martial skills to attack Qi Wenhan. Falcon, who had been locked onto by Qi Wenhan's absolute soul palm, was doing his utmost to carry out Zhao Shanning's orders. The outcome he faced was not only serious injuries, but it was very likely that he would die on the spot. However, he still chose to do so, which showed how much prestige Zhao Shanning had in their hearts. As expected, he was not a simple opponent. Linny gave Zhao Shanning a look of appreciation. Qi Wenhan's situation on the stage was extremely dangerous. After all, he was facing an all-out counterattack from 2 opponents of the same level. If this continued, there was a 90% chance that he would be beaten to death. However, Linny did not look anxious at all. He was still as calm as ever. Everyone in the audience gasped. Qi Wenhan and the other 2 had already finished exchanging their killing moves, and did not cancel each other out at all. Instead, all of them landed squarely on the opponent's body. Bang! Falcon was struck by Qi Wenhan's absolute soul palm. He didn't even let out a groan as he was sent flying out of the arena like a kite with its string cut. He didn't make a sound, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. But at the same time, Qi Wenhan didn't feel much better either. It must be known, not only did he suffer Falcon's killing move, but he also suffered an extremely fierce claw on his back. This was Vulture's sneak attack. At the same time, he suffered the killing moves of 2 opponents at the peak of the Jindan stage. Even if Qi Wenhan was known as the little invincible of the Jindan stage, he couldn't bear it. Although he wasn't directly thrown out of the arena like Falcon, he spat out a large mouthful of blood on the spot. The scene was equally shocking. "Wenhan!" In the distance, Qi Mingyuan suddenly exclaimed, his heart burning with anxiety. Just now he thought the situation was stable, but in the blink of an eye, it had become like this. This was his only son. How could he sit still? At this moment, without needing Zhao Shannying's instructions, Vulture, who was close to Qi Wenhan on the arena, did not hesitate to attack again. Take advantage of your illness, take your life. Qi Mingyuan was so scared that he jumped up. Qi Wenhan was already seriously injured. If he was clawed again, wouldn't that take his life? However, his opponent had underestimated Qi Wenhan's strength. After all, the little invincible of the Jindan stage was not an undeserved reputation. Even if he was seriously injured, he would not be a lamb for others to slaughter. Without waiting for Vulture's claw shadow to hit him again, Qi Wenhan didn't even turn his head. He turned his hand and unleashed the absolute soul palm that he had been preparing for a long time. He was already prepared for this. If he hadn't held back this time, Falcon, who had just been hit by him, would not have even had a full corpse left, let alone a chance to save his life. This time Vulture was completely unprepared. In his eyes, Qi Wenhan was already a dead man. Who would have thought that this guy would still have the strength to counterattack and kill him? With two muffled sounds, Qi Wenhan and Vulture flew out at the same time, both falling off the arena. The entire arena was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about this. This young master of the Equal of Heaven escort agency was really tough. With his own strength, he had managed to take out two opponents at the peak of the Jindan stage. This was really tough. Wenhan. Qi Mingyuan immediately shouted and rushed down from the judge's stand. He looked at Qi Wenhan's face, which was as pale as paper, and he was on the verge of death. Qi Mingyuan's internal organs were on fire, and his eyes were about to bleed. Lin Yi, on the other hand, hadn't been idling around. He'd caught Qi Wenhan the moment he'd been knocked down from the arena, one hand on Qi Wenhan's back, his head lowered, not saying a word. To outsiders, Lin Yi seemed to be blaming himself and regretting Qi Wenhan's miserable fate. However, no one could have imagined that at this moment, Qi Wenhan was continuously flowing through Lin Yi's palm and into Qi Wenhan's body, rapidly healing his injuries. Healing injuries with Qi Wenhan had always been Lin Yi's forte. Now that his strength had advanced to the mid-stage of the Jindan stage, the effects of Qi Wenhan were incomparable. In the past, Qi Wenhan's near-death injuries would have taken at least half a day to heal. Now, however, it didn't even take 10 minutes. Wenhan, how are you? Qi Mingyuan no longer cared about his identity as a judge. He parted the crowd and rushed over. However, when he reached Zhou Donghuang, he was immediately stunned. Sun Yu. Father, I'm fine. Qi Wenhan's face was calm as he stood up. Behind him, Lin Yi withdrew his hand without anyone noticing. Qi Mingyuan was speechless. He couldn't say anything for a long time. Just a moment ago he was burning with anxiety. In the end, he was almost choked to death by his own son. Chapter 4462. Just now he looked like he was on the verge of death. How could he look completely fine now? Even Qi Mingyuan was behaving like this. Needless to say, the rest of the people present had their mouths wide open. They looked at each other and stared at Qi Wenhan speechlessly. Especially Zhao Shannying of the Black Eagle Escort Agency. He looked like he had seen a ghost. Looking at his two Golden Core Realm experts lying on the ground, it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Then looking at Qi Wenhan, whom they had fought so hard to replace, there was no sign of injury at all. If this wasn't a ghost, then what was? Wenhan, are you really okay? Qi Mingyuan finally asked a proper question. He checked Qi Wenhan's injuries up and down with a face full of concern. The result shocked him. There was really no injury at all. Dad, don't worry. I'm really fine. Qi Wenhan stretched his arms and legs. He could move freely without any signs of injury. The audience was completely speechless. They looked at Qi Wenhan as if they were looking at a monster. Apart from shock, there was more shock. The strength of the Golden Core Realm experts of the Black Eagle Escort Agency was obvious to all. They were definitely not weak among those of the same level. However, Qi Wenhan had withstood the powerful killing moves of the two opponents. In particular, Vulture had taken the opportunity to scratch him twice. In the end, he had only rested for a while after being knocked out of the ring. On the other hand, it was unknown whether the two men from the Black Eagle Escort Agency were dead or alive. They were already exhaling more than they were inhaling. With such a stark contrast, anyone could see that even though they were all experts in the Golden Core realm, they were still at the Golden Core realm. Although they were all experts of the Golden Core realm, the difference in strength was definitely not small. Some people even couldn't help but speculate that if this was not an arena battle, if it had been any other occasion, Qi Wenhan could have fought again in his current state. Who could stop him then? It seemed that the young master of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was simply an invincible existence in the Golden Core realm. Unbeknownst to everyone, Qi Wenhan, who was a legend in the audience, was also confused at this moment. However, he could guess that it was Lin Yi's trick, so he cooperated with him very tacitly. Qi Wenhan is actually so strong? Could it be that he was hiding his true strength in the past? Long Qiba looked at this scene. He couldn't help but frown deeply. Due to the conflict between the Dragon Boat Escort Agency and the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, he had dealt with Qi Wenhan many times. He had always known that Qi Wenhan was not weak, but he never knew that it could be this strong. That's right. This is a little troublesome. What if this fellow replaces the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency when the helmsman of the escort agency challenges him? Counselor, what do you think? Cheng Haonan was also a little worried. His target had always been Lin Yi, but he didn't expect that someone like Cheng Yaojin would suddenly appear and ruin his plan. That would be troublesome. There's nothing to worry about. However, Wu Baoliang laughed cruelly and snorted coldly. I carefully observed his martial skills just now, and the power is only average. He couldn't even kill an opponent of the same level twice in a row. How strong can he be? You're right, Counselor. Cheng Haonan and Long Qiba nodded repeatedly. Because Lin Yi didn't personally fight, they didn't observe so carefully. Hearing Wu Baoliang's words, they immediately felt relieved. The minimum requirement to be invincible at the same level was to be able to kill an opponent of the same level in one move. Qi Wenhan couldn't even do this, so it was obvious that his strength was only SS. Not only that, the two escorts from the Black Eagle Escort Agency obviously reserved some strength for defense and didn't attack with all their strength. That's why Qi Wenhan managed to escape. Otherwise, with his strength, if he was really attacked by two people in the exceptional Gold Core realm, do you think he could really survive? Wu Baoliang sneered. That's right. Both of us can't see clearly, but Counselor can see clearly. This kid is really nothing to worry about. Both of us are worrying too much. Ha 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 ha. Cheng Haonan and Long Qiba looked at each other and laughed. Just as the three of them were discussing, the situation in the arena had become completely clear. After Qi Wenhan successfully exchanged 1 for 2, it was 3 against 2. The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's advantage was obvious. Under these circumstances, even without Lin Yi's guidance, the 3 skyward escorts were already in an invincible position. They were all experienced members of the escort agency, after all, and even if they weren't as explosive as Qi Wenhan, they'd at least be able to hold their ground. It wasn't a problem for them to hold their ground. In the end, there was only one person left in the arena. He was the only Golden Core realm expert in the late stage. He didn't disappoint and represented the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency to have the last laugh. Faced with this result, the audience was speechless for a long time. Although no one died in this arena battle, a total of 9 people were eliminated. Among them, except for Qi Wenhan, all of them were seriously injured. The intensity of the battle was evident. In this battle, the Black Eagle Escort Agency sent 5 experts of the Golden Elixir realm to fight. The strength they displayed was not weak, but they still lost in the end. Although they lost, it was still a loss. Perhaps the crowd would still feel sorry for them, but the points would not be discounted. In the 5th round of the Escort Agency Championship, the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency accepted 2 challenges and won both of them. With a dazzling 870 points, they continued to lead the leaderboard, leaving the other 31 escort agencies far behind. Everyone in the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency cheered and celebrated. They surrounded Qi Wenhan and Lin Yi, the 2 greatest contributors to their success. They cheered and jumped for joy, unable to contain their excitement. At that moment, the head escort of the Black Eagle Agency, Zhao Shanning, slowly walked to the front of the crowd under the watchful eyes of the audience. The crowd immediately quieted down and looked at Zhao Shanning cautiously. This person was able to single-handedly rebuild the Black Eagle Agency, and was undoubtedly a formidable character. He had come here with a vengeance, but in the end, he was trampled to the ground by his own heaven's equal escort agency. Faced with such a cruel blow, who knew what he would do next? "You're Lin Yi." Zhao Shanning walked up to Lin Yi and looked him up and down. "That's right. What advice do you have for me?" Lin Yi's expression was calm as he looked him up and down. "You flatter me. I finally realized something today. The reason why the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was able to rise so quickly was not because of luck, but because of real strength." Zhao Shanning bowed his head to Lin Yi and said in front of everyone, "I'm convinced of your strength in today's battle. You are indeed stronger than my Black Eagle Agency." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd broke into a flurry of discussion. Chapter 4463. Although the Black Eagle Escort Agency was not one of the top 5 escort agencies, it was recognized as one of the top 5 escort agencies. Now that it had lowered its head to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, it was clear that the latter's strength was extraordinary. "Chief Escort Zhao, you're exaggerating. Your Black Eagle Escort Agency is not bad either." Lin Yi and Qi Wenhan looked at each other. In fact, if it were not for Lin Yi's strategy, it would be hard to say who would win the battle. The possibility of the Black Eagle Escort Agency having the last laugh was definitely not lower than that of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. "Next time we won't lose." Zhao Shanning smiled confidently. After cupping his hands at Lin Yi and Qi Wenhan, he turned around and returned to the Black Eagle Escort Agency's camp to prepare for the next battle. "Haha, this man is really ambitious. He can afford to lose, but he can also afford to lose." Lin Yi looked at his back and nodded. There were many people in the world who could afford to win, but few could afford to lose. This Zhao Shanning should not be underestimated. Yes, this man is indeed not simple. Although he lost to us this time, he will definitely have a place in the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance in the future. Qi Wenhan agreed. Unless it was someone who had a close relationship with him, Lin Yi would not pay too much attention to insignificant people. However, this time was an exception. He was a little interested in the Black Eagle Escort Agency, especially Zhao Shanning. After a short while, an announcement from the judging team shocked everyone again. "The Black Eagle Escort Agency challenges the Four Seas Escort Agency." The crowd was in an uproar. Even a calm person like Lin Yi could not help but be slightly stunned when he heard the announcement. The focus immediately fell on Zhao Shanning. First, he challenged the brilliant super dark horse of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. In the end, he lost by one person. In a single battle, he lost 5 experts in the Golden Core realm in the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance. Regardless of whether he died or not, at least these 5 people were definitely crippled in this year's South Continent Escort Agency Grand Meet. Such a price. Even those traditional wealthy families could not afford it, not to mention the newly reorganized Black Eagle Escort Agency. Everyone thought that Zhao Shanning would at least lay low for a period of time, and then pick up a soft persimmon to get back the points that he had just lost. Never had he imagined that this fellow would actually be unyielding to such an extent. He didn't even want to take a break and directly issued another challenge. Moreover, the target of his challenge was actually the traditional overlord of the Four Seas Escort Agency. At this moment, almost everyone had the same question in their minds. Where did Zhao Shanning get his confidence from? Although the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was in the limelight this time, in terms of absolute strength, the traditional overlord, the Four Seas Escort Agency, was definitely stronger. This was a widely acknowledged fact. Moreover, his Black Eagle Escort Agency couldn't even defeat the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. How dare they take the initiative to challenge the Four Seas Escort Agency? Wasn't this giving up on themselves? Is he prepared to cut off all means of retreat? He does have the bearing of an ambitious and ruthless character. Lin Yi commented with slight admiration. After losing to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, the Black Eagle Escort Agency's points had dropped from 220 to 120. If they were to lose to the Four Seas Escort Agency again, they would only be left with 20 points. Even if they were not directly eliminated, it wouldn't make much of a difference. This result was a huge blow to the Black Eagle Escort Agency, which was determined to return to the ranks of the top 5 escort agencies. Especially for Zhao Shanning, it was simply a disaster. He might not even be able to hold on until the next South Continent Escort Agency Grand Festival. The entire agency might have already collapsed. Under such circumstances, even if Lin Yi was in Zhao Shanning's position, he might not have the courage to challenge the Four Seas Escort Agency. Although this was the last chance for the Black Eagle Escort Agency to rise again, they had just experienced a defeat. Not to mention the great loss of strength, even their morale was at a low. What were the chances of winning if they challenged the Four Seas Escort Agency now? Trying to use the Four Seas Escort Agency as a stepping stone? There must be something wrong with this guy's brain. What wishful thinking. Boundless Zhonghai snorted disdainfully and glanced at Zhao Shanning in the distance. He originally thought that this person had some ability. If he was more sensible, it would not be impossible to help the Black Eagle Escort Agency become one of the top 5. But now it seemed that Zhao Shanning was just an arrogant person who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. After a while, both sides were ready. When they appeared, there was an uproar in the audience. On the stage were the participating escorts, all of whom were experts in golden core perfection. It was not strange for the Four Seas Escort Agency to send out 5 golden core perfection experts. However, the Black Eagle Escort Agency had just lost 5 golden core perfection experts. Now they immediately sent out another 5. Such a move was a little shocking. It could be seen that the Black Eagle Escort Agency's slogan of returning to the top 5 escort agencies was not just for show. So what if you have 5 golden core perfection experts? Even among experts of the same level, the difference in strength is like heaven and earth. A random escort from a grassroots escort agency, like you, dares to challenge the elite escorts of my Four Seas Escort Agency? Do you think you're worthy? Boundless Sea sneered. Zhao Shanning had great confidence in his escorts, but Boundless Sea, as the undisputed hegemon of the traditional guilds, had even more confidence than Zhao Shanning. No matter how disdainful Boundless Sea was, in the eyes of most people, this escort agency competition was definitely a battle between the strong. The 2 matches in a row were hot-blooded battles of the top 5. The spectators, who had traveled thousands of miles to watch the show, cheered in satisfaction. In reality, this duel did not disappoint the crowd. From the very beginning, the situation on both sides had become extremely tense. Unlike the nimble tactics of the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency, both sides followed very traditional battle tactics. When the mutual deception and deception on the tactical level had dissipated, the only thing that remained was the desperate fight of the escorts on the arena. It was a bloody battle. This was truly a bloody battle. Blood constantly spilled on the stage. The escorts from both sides were eliminated one after another. Those who were heavily injured and on the verge of death could be considered lucky. Among them, 5 died on the spot. In the end, there was only one person left on the stage. This time it was the Black Eagle Escort Agency who had the last laugh. Looking at the blood-soaked Black Eagle escort standing on the stage, watching his swaying figure on the verge of collapsing, the entire Cold Magic Plaza fell silent. After 2 tough battles in a row, they had first lost to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Now they had dramatically regained their dignity against the Four Seas Escort Agency, which was even more powerful. No one knew what to say about such a miraculous turn of events. Chapter 44-64. On the other side, Boundless Sea, who was sitting in the middle of the judging panel, watched all of this from afar. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He still couldn't believe it. How could the elites of the Four Seas Escort Agency lose? He could only watch as the Four Seas Escort Agency's points plummeted from 240 to 140. No matter how much Boundless Sea didn't believe it, he could only helplessly accept reality. Sent motherfucker. This bullshit Black Eagle Escort Agency lost to the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, and now they're venting their anger on the Four Seas Escort Agency. How preposterous. Wah! Boundless Sea gnashed his teeth in anger. His first reaction wasn't to hate Zhao Shanning, but to glare at the distant Lin Yi with hatred. He cursed in his heart. Ling 1 Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, I won't let you have it easy. I won't. Just you wait. Lin Yi naturally didn't know that this person was such a weirdo. As the head escort of a traditional overlord, he didn't even have this much bearing. Moreover, he was venting his anger on him for no reason. Linny didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he knew what Boundless Sea was thinking right now, his first thought would be that Boundless Sea had gone crazy, that he was hopeless, that he was a classic case of paranoia. Of course, Linny didn't know what Boundless Sea was thinking. He didn't care about what Boundless Sea was thinking. Boundless Sea was the overlord of the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance, but in Linny's eyes, he didn't have any weight to speak of. He was just an arrogant passerby. That was all. Some were happy, some were sad. After the intense battle between the Black Eagle Escort Agency and the Four Seas Escort Agency, the fifth round of the escort agency competition continued. As long as there was a chance for them to advance further, no matter how small, no one was willing to fall behind. After all, the ranking of the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance would directly determine their business prospects for the next 5 years. This was their rice bowl. And in these battles, for a time, the one in the limelight wasn't the Heavens Equal Escort Agency or the Four Seas Escort Agency, but the Black Eagle Escort Agency under Zhao Shanning. The Dark Hawk Escort Agency's arena battles were too intense. After fighting head-on against the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the Four Seas Escort Agency, although they had used up their right to initiate challenges twice, they still had 2 chances to be challenged. He did not know if someone was deliberately instructing them, or if these escort agencies really wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Black Eagle Escort Agency's vitality was greatly weakened, so that they could quickly step on them. In any case, the 2 chances to be challenged were used up in less than an hour. Although the opponents of these 2 battles were not as gimmicky as the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the Four Seas Escort Agency, they were not weak either. At least, they were stable escort agencies that were above average. On the other hand, the mysterious Eagle Escort Agency had already used up a total of 10 experts in the Golden Elixir Realm Consummation, so it was impossible for them to send out such a strong lineup again. In both battles, there was only 1 expert in the Golden Elixir Realm Consummation. However, even so, the Black Eagle Escort Agency still managed to have the last laugh. Even if the team that Zhao Shanning brought up was not a first-line lineup, it was enough to defeat these mid-tier escort agencies. They still appeared to be at ease and unassailable. In the 4 battles, apart from losing to the Heavens Equal Escort Agency at the beginning, the next 3 battles included the Four Seas Escort Agency. They won all of them, and the Black Eagle Escort Agency's points shot up to 420 points. Previously, they were in a precarious position, but now they had entered the top 5 and were in 4th place. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that the other major escort agencies had also obtained a significant number of points, the Black Eagle Escort Agency's results would have been in the top 3 before. On the other hand, as the host of this year's conference, the Four Seas Escort Agency was already in 3rd place after the first 4 rounds. Now that they had suffered a blow from the Black Eagle Escort Agency, even if they won 2 battles in a row, they were still unable to reverse their decline. They were in 5th place with 340 points, and were trampled by the Black Eagle Escort Agency. Facing this helpless result, Boundless Sea was seething with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that the escort agency's helmsman had challenged them at the bottom, giving him a chance to make a comeback and still feeling that he could still control the situation, he would have probably flown into a rage on the spot. In reality, in the 5th round of the Escort Agency Championship, the Four Seas Escort Agency was the same as the other 5 major escort agencies. They had only fought 3 battles, and used up 2 of their rights to challenge and 1 of their rights to be challenged. As for the remaining 1 of their rights to be challenged, it was only for show. After all, not every escort agency was as aggressive as the Black Eagle Escort Agency, and not every person in charge of an escort agency was as bold as Zhao Shanning. Asking them to take the initiative to challenge the Four Seas Escort Agency was a foolish thing that would obviously result in them losing points. They might as well just let them die. In comparison, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the Black Eagle Escort Agency, which were also part of the 5 major escort agencies, were much luckier. Because they were more or less looked down upon, their 2 rights to be challenged were not wasted at all, and they delivered a full 200 points to their doorstep. This made the other 5 escort agencies so envious that their eyeballs were about to bleed. Especially Boundless Sea. He had long since regarded 1st place as his in the bag. Now that the 5th round of the Escort Agency Championship was about to end, not only was he unable to close the gap between him and the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, but the gap was growing wider and wider. Now, he was being trampled under the feet of the Black Eagle Escort Agency. How could he endure this? Before this, whether it was the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency or the Black Eagle Escort Agency, the public's opinion was always mixed. They were not like the traditional powerhouses like the Four Seas Escort Agency, who were full of praise for them. They felt that these two agencies were just nouveau riche with no foundation and could only be proud of themselves for a while. But now no one would harbor such foolish thoughts. Not only did the Black Eagle Escort Agency's points surpass the Four Seas Escort Agency's, more importantly, they had defeated the Four Seas Escort Agency in the highly prestigious Escort Agency Championship, and this was under the premise that they had fought against the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. If this was considered as having no foundation, then what was the Four Seas Escort Agency? As a result, the Black Eagle Escort Agency's strength was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, enough to become the consensus of the public. Everyone knew that this newly reorganized grassy escort agency's strength was not to be underestimated. At the same time, this also proved another thing. The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's strength was even greater. The Four Seas Escort Agency became the Black Eagle Escort Agency's stepping stone, and the Black Eagle Escort Agency became the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's touchstone. The stronger the Four Seas Escort Agency was, the more it proved that the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was truly invincible. Chapter 4465. From this, one could see that the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's current lead in the leaderboard was due to their true strength, and not some so-called luck. As a matter of fact, there was no logic to the argument of dogs hit luck. It was not the first time that the South Continent Escort Agency Gala had been held, and the intensity and cruelty of the competition had long exceeded the level of an ordinary competition. Under such circumstances, if a weak escort agency could emerge and laugh all the way to the end purely by sheer luck, was it possible? If that really happened, it could only mean that the 32 South Continent's escort agencies were all fake goods, and none of them were truly wealthy. Otherwise, if there was a truly powerful escort agency, they would not have allowed a clown to take first place. That would be a disgrace to the entire South Continent's escort agency alliance. Accompanied by a wave of heavy sounds of the gong, the fifth round of the escort agency competition finally came to an end. After this round of the Law of the Jungle, the situation on the scoreboard had become even more clear and obvious. The first place on the leaderboard was, without a doubt, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, which had surpassed all the other escort agencies behind it with a ridiculously high score of 1,070 points. After eliminating the Black Eagle Escort Agency with much difficulty, Chi Won-han still held the precious right to initiate two challenges in his hands. Naturally, he would not let it go to waste for no reason. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally chose to make a move on the two middle-ranked escort agencies. Without any surprises or danger, he obtained 200 points. Only then did his points reach the staggering four-digit number of Longfeng Wuxia. In fact, after witnessing the Black Eagle Agency trampling over the Four Seas Escort Agency, Chi Won-han had thought of adding insult to injury. However, after the previous perilous experience, his father Chi Mingyuan was afraid that something might go wrong, and was determined not to let him fight personally. The series of fierce battles had already exhausted much of his strength. If Chi Won-han did not fight personally, it would be difficult for him to win against the flustered and exasperated Four Seas Escort Agency. Even if they had Lin Yi as their coach, it would not be enough unless Lin Yi personally fought. However, that was impossible. After all, there was still another round of challenges for the leader of the escort agency. Lin Yi was in the eye of the storm, and so many people were eyeing him with malicious intent. The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was followed by the Divine Wind Escort Agency and the Great Sky Escort Agency. These two veteran escort agencies were ranked second and third respectively. The Dark Eagle Escort Agency, which had recently gained strength, was right behind them. He was ranked fourth. As for the ambitious Four Seas Escort Agency, the publicly acknowledged tyrant of South Continent's escort agencies, they had no choice but to face the awkward situation of being in fifth place. Even with Boundless Sea's thick skin, when someone's gaze swept over him, even if it was just a casual glance, he would feel a burning sensation and be too embarrassed to face anyone. All of this was caused by Ling Yi and the Equal Heaven Escort Agency. Boundless Sea's heart bled. He gritted his teeth and cursed viciously. Other than that, there was nothing else he could do. He could only hope that the upcoming good show would go as he wished. At the same time that he killed Ling Yi and the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, his 4 Seas Escort Agency would be able to snatch back the limelight and continue to be the overlord of the escort agencies. Although the 4 Seas Escort Agency was in an awkward situation in comparison, being able to barely get on the last train of the 5 Great Escort Agency meant that they were able to keep their last shred of shame. The truly pitiful one was the Southgate Escort Agency. Previously it had been one of the 5 Great Escort Agency, but now, after 5 rounds of competition, they were ranked 6th. They had been forced out of the ranks of the 5 Great Escort Agency, instantly losing the halo of a powerhouse and becoming a second-rate escort agency. They couldn't even cry. According to this ranking, it could be foreseen that the future structure of the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance would undergo a huge change. Among this change, only 2 escort agencies would be the true winners. One was the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, and the other was the Dark Eagle Escort Agency. Among them, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency's gains were the most exaggerated. This could be seen from the way the managers looked at the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Many of these people were clients of the traditional powerhouses of the 4 Seas Escort Agency. However, it looked like they would soon become history. If everything went according to plan, after the South Continent Escort Agency Grand Meet, the huge orders placed on the Heavens Equal Escort Agency's head would undoubtedly reach an astronomical figure. It would be at least a few times more than the previous years, perhaps even dozens of times more. The more orders there were, the more spiritual jades there would be. The more spiritual jades there were, the more powerful escorts they would be able to recruit, rapidly increase their strength, and obtain more orders. This was a snowball effect. Once things got on the right track, no one would be able to stop the Heavens Equal Escort Agency from rising. However, before that, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency had to overcome another hurdle, the upcoming challenge of the agency's helmsman. Just like the 5th round of the Escort Agency Grand Meet, this was also a duel in which each agency had to bet 100 points. The only difference was that this was a one-on-one challenge specifically targeted at the Golden Core stage executives of each agency. Moreover, there was no limit to the number of challenges. This sort of competition did not test the agency's overall strength. Instead, it was entirely dependent on the individual's performance. Luck played a huge part. If an agency was unlucky enough to be challenged by the experts of other agencies, the slightest mistake could lead to the agency's collapse. 100 points per battle, and there was no limit to the number of challenges. No matter how many points they had, they would not be able to afford to lose. Although the Heavens Equal Escort Agency's current 4-digit points were daunting, it was hard to say if they could safely survive the next round. Perhaps they would fall from the clouds into the abyss. One moment they were at the peak of their power, but the next moment they would be nothing more than a flash in the pan. As long as the dust hadn't truly settled, there were still variables. Even though the top 5 escort agencies were obvious on the leaderboard, because of the extra segment at the end, even the losers like the Southgate Escort Agency still had a chance of making it to the top 5. Who would be ranked among the top 5 agencies and who would have the last laugh? Everything was still up in the air. Alright, on behalf of the judging panel, I will now announce the rules for the final challenge of the agency's helmsman. Boundless Sea suppressed the hatred in his heart and stood up to announce to the crowd. The rules are very simple. The first challenger will be decided by drawing lots. He can challenge any Golden Core stage executive of any agency. The winner of each round can choose to continue the challenge. Of course, he can also choose to forfeit. If the winner forfeits, the right to challenge will be transferred to the loser. If the loser chooses to forfeit, then a new lot will be drawn. The crowd broke into a flurry of discussion. At least on the surface, the rules seemed fair. At the very least, the challenges were not unbridled and completely reckless. Chapter 4466. If the lot drawing process can be guaranteed to be fair and no one tampered with the results, then it sounds reasonable. Everyone will rely on their own strength and luck. There's nothing much to say. Qi Wenhan stared blankly. He had thought that since this challenge was aimed at his own escort agency, it would be as shameless as possible. He didn't think that this rule would sound so righteous and irresponsible. Qi Wenhan was most worried about his own escort agency being ganged up on. Taking turns to wear them down was something even an immortal made of steel wouldn't be able to handle. However, Boundless Sea's rule basically eliminated the possibility of taking turns to wear them down, unless someone won against him or Ling won and kept challenging them. But this way, the other side would also be fighting continuously. Both sides would be on the same starting line. Who would emerge as the victor would be decided by their fists. Brother Qi, do the other escort agencies also have Golden Core Stage executives? Linny wasn't so optimistic and suddenly asked. This? Qi Wenhan was at a loss for words. The little bit of joy and excitement he felt from winning the 5th round of the escort agency tournament vanished in an instant. With an ugly expression he said, I don't know the specifics, but it shouldn't be much. Looks like it. Boundless Sea was probably aiming for this from the start. Linny glanced at the nearby Boundless Sea. At the same time, he glanced at Chang Haonan's group of 3, who were giving him strange looks. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that these two groups had some sort of connection. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any connection between the two groups. However, Lin Yi's intuition had always been accurate. He could see some clues from their expressions. A moment later, the judging panel picked out the names of all the Golden Core Stage executives from the escort agencies and announced it to the public. Sure enough, out of all 32 escort agencies, only 12 of them had Gold Core Stage executives, which was less than half of them. Even though the audience had some idea, they were still shocked when they saw this number. Among the 12 escort agencies, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was the most eye-catching. The young Master Qi Wenhan and honorary escort head Ling Wen were both on the list. Apart from the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, the other 5 major escort agencies, including the newly established Black Eagle Escort Agency, were not on the list. The remaining 11 escort agencies were mostly middling escort agencies. They were neither too strong nor too weak. The Dragon Boat Escort Agency was also one of them. This kind of situation was not difficult to understand. There were many experts among those powerful escort agencies, and it was possible that any ordinary escort had the strength of the late Gold Core Stage and above. This was especially so for the Four Seas Escort Agency and the Black Eagle Escort Agency. The number of Golden Core Paragon experts they had was more than enough to count with 2 hands. As the higher-ups, if they didn't even have the strength of the original infant stage, how could they convince the masses? As for the weaker escort agencies, they were small in scale and didn't have positions such as young head of escort, deputy head of escort, elder military advisor, and the like. There was no need to set up such positions at all, as it would only result in the decentralization of power. Under normal circumstances, a small escort agency would have at most 1 or 2 other escorts in addition to the chief escort. There were no other senior executives. Although the South Continent Escort Agency Festival was a big event, and most of the escort agencies had sent out their elites, it was impossible for them to leave no one behind. At least one escort would be left behind to take care of the rear. As a result, in the list of escorts reported by most of the smaller escort agencies, there was only the chief escort leading the team. It was like a commander without an army. Since he was the chief escort of an escort agency, he couldn't be an expert at the Golden Core Stage. Nascent Soul Stage was the minimum requirement, so he naturally wasn't on the list. Moreover, there were some escort agencies that were special, but like the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, they had a young escort. Their strength was most likely at the Golden Core Stage, but the problem was that most of them were guarding the rear. They couldn't send people all the way here at the last minute, could they? That wasn't realistic. Even if these escort agencies agreed, the festival couldn't wait that long. There weren't any first-rate escort agencies, nor any low-end escort agencies. The most likely ones to have Golden Core higher-ups were those middling escort agencies. The Heavens Equal Escort Agency was the only exception. This was Boundless Sea's original intention in proposing this challenge. By proposing this rule, an escort agency like the Four Seas Escort Agency, which didn't have any Golden Core higher-ups, was naturally invincible. They were the only ones who could challenge others, while others couldn't do anything to them. They could attack or retreat as they pleased. On the contrary, the 12 escort agencies, including the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, had become the real prey. As long as they were interested, they could pounce and take a bite. If it wasn't enough, they could take a second bite or a third bite. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had the strength to do so. If they weren't strong enough, not only would they not be able to take a bite out of the prey, but they would also be kicked half to death. Qi Wenhan frowned. Although the situation wasn't as bad as he had imagined, it wasn't much better either. Among the 12 prey on the list, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was not only the strongest, but also the one that attracted the most attention. It was almost certain that they would be targeted by others. However, Linny didn't seem worried at all. Even though he knew that this so-called escort agency leader challenge was aimed at him, he didn't take it to heart. The only thing he cared about was whether he had a chance to kill Wu Baoliang. Fortunately, he didn't disappoint me. Linny looked at Wu Baoliang's name on the public list and couldn't help but smile. The conference was about to end, but he still couldn't get a chance to fight Wu Baoliang. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't anxious at all. After all, who was willing to waste time in the South Continent for Wu Baoliang? But now this additional challenge would make him the target of everyone, but at the same time it gave him a chance to challenge Wu Baoliang. In comparison, Linny felt that it was a good deal. Anyway, with his current strength, he was absolutely invincible in the Golden Core stage. No matter how many people came to challenge him, they would just be giving away points. It was not worth mentioning at all. Seeing that Linny was so calm, Qi Wenhan couldn't help but be speechless. He admired Lin Yi's strength, but he didn't know how strong Lin Yi was. In the face of such a situation, it was impossible for him not to panic. However, even if he panicked, it was useless. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the escort agency leader challenge officially began. The first thing to do was to draw lots. 5 judges supervised together, and there were countless pairs of eyes watching from below the stage to ensure that no one could cheat. Chapter 4467. The 32 escorts went up on stage to draw lots according to their current rankings to decide who the first challenger would go to. In order to ensure as much fairness as possible, this time's lots were not drawn openly, but in secret. The people in charge of the escort agencies who went up on stage to draw lots didn't know what the lots meant even if they got their hands on them. They could only wait until all the lots were drawn and the judges announced the labels before they could know the results. As a result, even if they were the last to draw lots, no one had any objections. After all, being the first and being the last was the same. What surprised Lin Yi and Qi Wenhan was that Boundless Sea didn't seem to have any intention of tampering with the lots. Although it was indeed difficult to carry out under-the-table operations under the noses of so many people, it should not really be a problem for this self-proclaimed overlord of the South Continent's escort agency, right? Whether it was the process of drawing lots or the result of the drawing, everything seemed normal. It was just a very pure drawing of lots. It was fair. In the end, the 32 escorts raised their lots high up in the air. Boundless Sea announced the results on behalf of the judges. Everyone's eyes focused on an old man in green. This person was called Fang Heng, the head escort of the Blackwater Escort Agency. In terms of experience, he could be considered a veteran of the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance. He was one of the veterans when the alliance was first established. However, compared to his solid experience, the Blackwater Escort Agency's strength couldn't be put on the stage. Even if they weren't at the bottom, they were at most below average. They had never even entered the top 15. They had nothing to do with being strong. No one expected that the first challenger would fall into the hands of the Blackwater Escort Agency. They didn't know how this head escort Fang would choose. Even though winning the first challenger meant winning the first chance to eat meat, in most people's eyes, the Blackwater Escort Agency didn't have the strength to eat meat. If they challenged someone else, they might just be giving up points for nothing. The safest choice was to not challenge anyone. In any case, their escort agency didn't have any Golden Core experts, so they could sit back and relax. Right now they were ranked 18th. This result wasn't bad for the Blackwater Escort Agency. As long as they maintained their stability, they would win. On the other hand, if the Blackwater Escort Agency couldn't restrain their ambition and chose to challenge someone else, then it would be very likely that they would end up being eliminated. Under the gaze of the audience, Fang Heng cleared his throat, stepped forward and said in a clear voice, "My Blackwater Escort Agency has decided to challenge the Dragon Boat Escort Agency." As he spoke, Fang Heng glanced at Cheng Haonan and the others, and a bone-deep hatred flashed through his eyes. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Challenging the Dragon Boat Escort Agency? Was this Chief Escort Fong crazy? Although the Dragon Boat Escort Agency wasn't a big escort agency and didn't have any outstanding performances in the past, at least in terms of performance in this year's conference, they were definitely not weak. Now that he was ranked 8th, he could be considered to be worthy of praise. If the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the Dark Eagle Escort Agency hadn't attracted everyone's attention, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency would have been in the limelight as well. The Blackwater Escort Agency wouldn't have been able to compete with them. I didn't expect this old escort Fong to be so old and so hot-tempered. He's preparing to take this opportunity to take revenge. Someone in the crowd laughed. That's not surprising. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to swallow it. In the first round of the escort battle, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency killed all 5 of their elite escorts. For the Blackwater Escort Agency, this is a huge blow. Someone who knew the situation explained. The competition has always been this cruel. What's there to be surprised about? Since they can't afford to lose, they shouldn't have come. Then just don't come. Someone snorted disdainfully. That's right. With the Blackwater Escort Agency's meager strength, they're now taking the initiative to challenge the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. Isn't it obvious that they want to be trampled on again? Is this old man stupid? Someone laughed coldly and echoed. TSK. This time the Blackwater Escort Agency is really in danger. The bystanders nodded one after another. Discussions rose one after another. There were those who mocked and ridiculed, those who sympathized with the Blackwater Escort Agency, those who took pleasure in the Blackwater Escort Agency's misfortune, and those who coldly watched from the sidelines. In short, there was no such thing as making a scene. 99% of the people present didn't think the Blackwater Escort Agency would win. Listening to these discussions, Fong Heng's expression was as cold as water. In the first round of the escort battle, because of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency's ruthlessness, the entire Blackwater Escort Agency's vitality was greatly damaged. They lost more than half of the few experts they had. They were absolutely irreconcilable enemies. How could he swallow this resentment? This time he had decided to throw caution to the wind. It didn't matter how many points he had. It was a rare opportunity. The only thing on his mind now was revenge. Although Fong Heng was a little impulsive, he was a veteran of Jianghu and South Continent. He wasn't stupid at all. This challenge by the helmsman of the escort agency was really a rare opportunity for revenge. If it was like the 5-on-5 escort agency competition just now, which tested the overall strength of the entire escort agency, then the Blackwater Escort Agency naturally wouldn't be a match for the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. But now it was one-on-one, so it was a different story. Fong Heng pulled over the last elite escort of the Blackwater Escort Agency. An expert at the peak of the Gold Core realm. He excitedly and nervously exhorted him for a long time before finally watching him walk onto the arena. Whether or not he could avenge himself, success or failure depended on this one move. Looking at the challenger of the Blackwater Escort Agency on the arena, Chang Haonan Long Kiba and Wu Baoliang looked at each other and immediately sneered. From the beginning to the end, they didn't put the Blackwater Escort Agency in their eyes at all. They easily killed their opponents. It was like this in the first round, and naturally it would be no exception now. The 3 of them were still worried about how to snatch the right to challenge. They didn't expect the Blackwater Escort Agency to deliver the opportunity to them in the blink of an eye. Heaven was really on their side. Gentlemen, who do you think is better for us to send? Long Kiba immediately asked. He was an expert at the original infant stage, so naturally, he wasn't among the challengers. However, Chang Haonan and Wu Baoliang were both at the peak of the Gold Core realm. Moreover, they were on the list of higher-ups reported by the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. Chang Haonan was the second escort leader, and Wu Baoliang was the military advisor. Of course, although the challenger sent by the Blackwater Escort Agency was an expert at the peak of the Gold Core realm, the 3 of them didn't put him in their eyes at all. Whether it was Chang Haonan or Wu Baoliang, it would be like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife and making a big fuss over a minor issue. Any elite escort from the Dragon Boat Escort Agency would be enough to solve the problem. But the rules didn't allow it. Although this kind of trash isn't worth mentioning, we must obtain the right to challenge this time. We can't afford to lose. Whether it's you or me, we can't underestimate our opponents. Wu Baoliang and Cheng Haonan looked at each other and said. Chapter 4471. Can't wait. Chapter 4468. Military advisor is right. So, which one of you will go? Long Kiba looked back and forth between the two of them. Then let me do it. Military advisors' martial arts are extraordinary and unpredictable. It's hard to hide. When you make a move later, it'll be easy to scare Ling Yi. If he refuses to fight when we challenge the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, then we'll have to put in more effort. Military advisor should conserve your qi and use it on Ling Yi later, Cheng Haonan suggested. All right, let's do it. Wu Baoliang nodded and looked at Cheng Haonan in surprise. He thought that since this guy wanted to take revenge for Cheng Ketian, he would personally fight Ling Yi. After all, only by killing one's enemy would it be satisfying. He did not expect Wu Baoliang to push the opportunity to him. It was really surprising. Little did he know that this was Cheng Haonan's craftiness. He really wanted to kill Ling Yi, but he did not want to do it himself. After all, Ling Yi's various identities and relationships were there. Even if it was a duel in the arena, Cheng Haonan did not want to be involved in this kind of grudge. Hence, using Wu Baoliang's knife to kill was the safest and easiest. Wu Baoliang did not think of this and did not think much about it. Unlike Cheng Haonan, who was a cunning Jianghu boss, he was just a simple evil cultivator. He would kill anyone he wanted to kill without considering the consequences. At most, he would just change places and continue to hide like before. After the three of them discussed, Cheng Haonan immediately represented the Dragon Boat Escort Agency and slowly walked up to the arena to accept the challenge. They actually let this guy go? Aren't they overestimating the Black Water Escort Agency? Qi Wenhan was stunned when he saw this. The Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the Poison Eye Mercenary Group were old enemies. Even though he had not personally fought with Cheng Haonan, he at least knew his approximate strength. On the surface, he was at the Golden Core perfection, but in reality, he was not much weaker than his father. Letting a character like Cheng Haonan deal with a mere Golden Core perfected expert, wasn't that bullying? Lin Yi was also a little surprised, but he did not say much. Instead, he observed Cheng Haonan's every move. Because of Cheng Ketian, this person was bound to become his enemy. It was just that this guy had never fought before, so he had never had the chance to see through his strength. This was an opportunity. Whether it was Qi Wenhan or Lin Yi, they both thought that this would be an easy battle. After all, Cheng Haonan was the boss of the Poison Eye Mercenary Group. If he didn't even have this little bit of strength, then it would really be nonsense. However, this battle took an entire half an incense stick's time to finish. The challenger from the Black Water Escort Agency was kicked off the arena by Cheng Haonan by one move, ending the battle. Everyone from the Black Water Escort Agency, especially the chief escort Fang Heng, turned ashen when they saw this. They didn't even need to go closer to take a closer look to know that their escort, who had been kicked off the arena, was definitely going to die. His chest had been pierced through, leaving behind a huge bloody hole through his heart. Fang Heng blacked out. He fainted on the spot, and the people around him became flustered. The entire Black Water Escort Agency was in a mess. Not only did they lose 100 points in this battle, but the most important thing was that this escort was the last elite of the Black Water Escort Agency. All the elites had been annihilated, and all of them had died at the hands of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. How could they survive this? Cheng Haonan watched this scene from the arena with pride, and he grinned without a trace. However, in order to keep a low profile, he didn't say anything. Otherwise, his previous efforts would have been wasted. During the entire process, Cheng Haonan didn't show any overwhelming strength. He gave people the feeling that he was just an ordinary Golden Core perfected expert, and there was nothing special about him. He just didn't want to frighten Ling Yi. Haha, this is a good show. If I didn't know that he was the boss of the Poison Eye Mercenary Group, I might have really been fooled. Lin Yi smiled when he saw this. But he still didn't finish his show. If they were really so anxious, how could his last kick be so clean and decisive? He didn't even give his opponent a chance to breathe. Qi Wenhan curled his lips disapprovingly. Let's see what they are going to do next. I feel that it's time for me to go on stage. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Huh. Qi Wenhan was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. He hurriedly said, Brother Ling, Chang Haonan is not a person to be underestimated. If they really want to challenge him, let me go. Are you his opponent? Lin Yi asked in return. Qi Wenhan couldn't help but choke. He wanted to be more stubborn, but in the end he could only say honestly, no, although I haven't fought with him directly, I still know my own strength. It's more appropriate to let my father deal with him personally. Then that's it. Lin Yi smiled, patted him on the shoulder and said, if they are coming for me, Brother Qi, you won't be able to do anything. Instead, you'll die for nothing. Don't worry, I can't guarantee anything else, but I'm confident in this. But Qi Wenhan still wanted to say something, but seeing Lin Yi's determined expression, he knew that he couldn't persuade him otherwise. He could only shut his mouth and say, okay then, Brother Ling, be careful. If you see that the situation is not good, jump off the stage. It's just that you'll lose some points. The escort agency being able to reach this stage is all thanks to you. We are already very satisfied. Even if we lose everything, it's fine. Brother Ling, your safety is the most important. I know. Lin Yi nodded. On the other side, because of Chang Haonan's victory, the right to challenge fell to the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. Long Qiba didn't hesitate at all, and directly stood up and announced, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency challenges the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. The entire audience was in an uproar, and the originally tepid atmosphere suddenly heated up. A good show was finally about to begin. The Dragon Boat Escort Agency was originally ranked 8th, and after winning 100 points from the Black Water Escort Agency, their ranking rose by 2 places, surpassing the Southgate Escort Agency to become the 6th. If they were to win points from the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, then they would directly enter the top 5, and enter the ranks of the top 5 escort agencies. I knew it would be like this. Lin Yi smiled, and after exchanging a look with Qi Wenhan, he immediately stepped onto the stage. No matter who his opponent was, he had to win this match. The reason was the same as the Dragon Boat Escort Agency's earlier match. Seeing Lin Yi step onto the stage, Chang Haonan and the other two were instantly overjoyed. They were just thinking about whether or not they should kill Qi Wenhan first, but they didn't expect that it would be so easy. This guy actually took the initiative to step onto the stage. He was really an idiot who didn't even know he was about to die. Chapter 4469. Military Advisor. Don't be in a hurry to kill him this round. Let him fight a few more rounds. The Heavens Equal Escort Agency has so many points. We can snatch them all away one by one. Long Qiba hurriedly urged. The Heavens Equal Escort Agency had 1,070 points. As long as he challenged them 11 times in a row, he could transfer all these points to himself. By then, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency would be directly eliminated, and the Dragon Boat Agency would become the new hegemon of the escort agencies. No one would be able to compete with them. Yes. Killing him in one go is too easy on him. No matter what, we should at least let him be half dead for 8 or 10 rounds. Chang Haonan nodded. No problem. Wu Baoliang grinned sinisterly. This brat dared to act arrogantly in front of me. If I don't beat the shit out of him this time, I'm not Wu Baoliang. With that, Wu Baoliang stood up on the stage with a strange and inexplicable evil aura. He stood in front of Lin Yi not too far away, and just looked at Lin Yi with a pair of triangular yin-yang eyes, neither yin nor yang. At the same time, Lin Yi looked at this guy and could not help but laugh. He was thinking the same thing as his opponent. You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but by chance you get what you want without even looking for it. Brat, tell me the trick that hid the darts and I can spare your life. Wu Baoliang suddenly said with a sinister smile. Wu Baoliang suddenly laughed. He had no interest in Lin Yi, and the only thing that bothered him was the previous time he hid the darts. He really couldn't think of any tricks that could hide from his annihilation of all things. You want to know? Guess it yourself, but you don't have much time left. If you die with doubts, I'm afraid you won't be able to rest in peace, Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. But in his heart, Lin Yi didn't relax at all. He had absolute confidence in his own strength, but he would never be blindly arrogant, and he would never underestimate his opponent. Not to mention that he was fighting against the enemy right now. Moreover, he also felt an unusual aura. This evil cultivator, Wu Baoliang, was not as simple as he thought. Jia kid, you are very arrogant. Wu Baoliang laughed unscrupulously. He pointed at Lin Yi and said disdainfully, "But it's okay. If I want to do something, no one can stop me. It's okay if you don't want to tell me the little trick of hiding the darts now. You will take the initiative to tell me later. It will just take a little effort." "Oh, then I'll wait." Lin Yi's face was calm and collected. He was already a dead man in Wu Baoliang's eyes, but was Wu Baoliang a living person in his eyes? In terms of strength, both of them were valiant existences that could instantly kill an original infant stage cultivator. It was just that they were wearing a layer of golden core stage. Both of them had absolute confidence in themselves. However, there was one thing that both of them did not know: the true strength of the other party. After all, they had not directly fought against each other. What little he knew before was just hearsay. Before the battle had even begun, the smell of gunpowder was already thick between them. The spectators below the stage were all in high spirits. There was no lack of people with outstanding eyesight among them. Needless to say, Lin Yi, who was in the limelight before, even Wu Baoliang, who had a strange aura, was by no means an ordinary person in their eyes. This battle, of course, became the focus of the battle. Everyone secretly speculated in their hearts. Since the two people on the stage had such a strong aura, their true strength was naturally not to be underestimated. The executive referee gave the order. A long incense was lit on the side of the stage as usual. Lin Yi versus Wu Baoliang. The long-awaited duel between both sides had officially begun. Preemptive strike. Lin Yi took the lead and used the butterfly microsteps. His figure was like a ghost, moving in a very mysterious arc and rapidly approaching Wu Baoliang. "Jia, you talk big. I thought you were strong? In the end, you are just a small fry in the middle stage of Golden Core stage. Even if you jump, how far can you jump? You really disappoint me." Seeing this, Wu Baoliang laughed strangely. Facing the rapidly approaching Lin Yi, he did not dodge. An evil black aura suddenly emerged from his body, and he raised his hand and punched. Since the opponent had made it clear that he wanted to fight head-on, Lin Yi naturally would not let go of this opportunity. With his strength, facing an expert in the Golden Core perfection, it would be difficult for him to be at a disadvantage in a head-on fight. After all, Lin Yi had never been the kind of arrogant person who would underestimate his opponent. A thick layer of fire shadow suddenly covered his legs that were as fast as the wind. Lin Yi did not stop at all and immediately swept out with 1,000 legs of frenzied inferno. An ordinary expert in the Golden Core perfection would not be able to withstand this kick. It was enough to test Wu Baoliang's strength. Bang! On one side was Lin Yi's 1,000 legs of frenzied inferno, and on the other side was Wu Baoliang's strange black fist. Accompanied by the muffled sound of iron bones colliding, a monstrous wave of chi suddenly set off on the arena. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. These two people were really strong. Amidst the shockwaves, a figure suddenly flew out of the ring and landed on the edge of the ring. If it wasn't for this person's quick reflexes and punching into the ring's floor to increase the resistance, he would have fallen off the ring. In other words, the outcome of this duel was almost decided in a single move. "Brother Ling." Qi Wenhan's eyes suddenly widened. At the same time, everyone in the Equal of Heaven escort agency was also shocked. This was because the figure that was sent flying was actually Lin Yi. Because of all the previous magical deeds, the Equal of Heaven escort agency's confidence in Lin Yi could be said to be unparalleled, even to the point of blind worship. After all, this was an existence that could cripple an early nascent soul stage master like Old Kong. Even Qi Wenhan, who had the title of Invincible Golden Core Stage, felt inferior. Now that he was facing an expert in the Golden Core Stage, how could he lose? However, such an invincible person was actually sent flying by Wu Baoliang, who was full of evil aura. Qi Wenhan did not believe it, Qi Mingyuan did not believe it, Housekeeper Song did not believe it, and everyone in the Equal of Heaven escort agency did not believe it. However, the truth was right in front of them and they had to believe it. It seemed that Lin Yi really was not Wu Baoliang's opponent. Qi Wenhan was so anxious that he was jumping up and down. He could give up the points, but he could not let anything happen to Lin Yi. Just like what was said before, if there was no other way, he could take the opportunity to jump off the arena and admit defeat. This way, at least he could ensure his safety. Unfortunately, this kind of thing was destined to not be in line with Lin Yi's character. At this moment in the arena, Linny stabilized his body and stood up. Apart from some numbness in his legs, he did not suffer any serious injuries. He just looked a little embarrassed. This guy's strength is actually no less than a mid-nascent soul stage master. Linny looked at Wu Baoliang from afar, and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Chapter 4470. Linny did not expect Wu Baoliang, an inhumane evil cultivator, to have such exaggerated strength. Even with his mental fortitude, he could not help but be shocked. Even though Linny had always been cautious, he was still a little careless this time. After all, in the minds of ordinary people, the evil cultivator's strength was indeed amazingly fast, but they often did not have any foundation. Most of them only had a superficial level, and there were not many who could maintain a normal level, let alone challenge someone of a higher level. Little did he know that even among the evil cultivators, Wu Baoliang was definitely an anomaly. Just like Linny, he could not be judged by common sense. How about it? It's not too late to back out now. Kid, are you going to tell me about the hidden darts trick? Wu Baoliang sneered and said disdainfully. So persistent? Guess it yourself. Linny suddenly laughed. Putting aside his identity as an evil cultivator, Wu Baoliang's spirit of getting to the bottom of the matter was rare. People who were persistent in studying were generally not simple people. It could be seen that it was not without reason that Wu Baoliang had the strength he had today. TSK, you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, right? Since you're so stubborn, I might as well be a good person and fulfill your wish. As Wu Baoliang spoke, the black gas emitted from his body suddenly became thicker, like billowing black smoke, instantly soaring into the sky. Seeing this, the people below immediately exclaimed one after another. They looked at each other and discussed animatedly. There was no lack of knowledgeable people in the crowd. If it was another occasion, they might have quickly realized that Wu Baoliang was actually an evil cultivator. But now no one had reacted. After all, this was the South Continent Escort Association's event, and everyone present was a righteous expert. Those evil cultivators would definitely be killed if they saw the light of day. Even if they were crazy and courted death, they would never dare to come to such a place. After discussing for a while, the final conclusion that everyone came to was surprisingly consistent. Wu Baoliang should be an extremely rare person with a mutated spiritual root. A cultivator with at least 5 conventional spiritual root attributes. There had never been a case of black gas emitting from his body, so it could only be an endless stream of mutated spiritual root attributes. The world was big, and there were all sorts of strange things, especially in the South Continent Sea where all sorts of people were mixed together. People from all walks of life could be seen everywhere, and there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere. The sudden appearance of a mysterious expert was a common occurrence, and everyone was already used to it. They would never have guessed that Wu Baoliang was not a mutated spiritual root at all. He was an evil cultivator through and through. He actually dared to openly appear in the South Continent Escort Agency's grand gathering, and he even dared to enter the arena unscrupulously. There was a distance of 150 feet between them. Linny looked at Wu Baoliang warily. The thick black gas on Wu Baoliang's body gave him an inexplicable feeling of fear, even though he knew that the other party was a heretic cultivator. However, even Linny could not determine whether the black aura was a characteristic of the evil cultivator, or if Wu Baoliang really had a mutated spiritual root. No matter what, at least one thing was certain: this black gas was extremely dangerous. Linny was on high alert as he confronted his opponent. At the same time, he recalled the scene from before and analyzed it. He was thinking of countermeasures. Wu Baoliang's fist that was covered in black gas clearly did not use his full strength, but its power was simply shocking. Lin Yi's raging flame thousand legs could not be matched head-on. If he had not used his vital energy to protect his body in time, his entire leg would have been crippled. Looking at the sneering Wu Baoliang, Lin Yi suddenly felt a sense of crisis. From the moment he broke through to the gold core stage until now, he had experienced a lot of risks, especially when he faced many nascent soul stage masters. However, to be honest, Lin Yi really did not feel any sense of crisis. Instead, he unknowingly had a tendency to inflate his ego a little. After all, he was the strongest gold core stage master who had a perfect breakthrough. Especially when facing nascent soul stage masters, he almost never suffered a loss. Instead, he repeatedly gained the upper hand. If this situation continued for a long time, anyone would become inflated. If he was a little more arrogant, he might even feel that he was invincible. Of course, Lin Yi would not be so stupid and arrogant, but it was inevitable that he was overconfident. Otherwise, he would not have felt that he could defeat Wu Baoliang for no reason before he fought with him. Fortunately, it was not too late to realize this. Cultivation was to cultivate the mind. If Lin Yi continued to cultivate with this mentality without realizing it, when he reached the nascent soul stage or even higher realms, it was very likely that it would evolve into an inner demon. If it was light, it would be difficult to improve. If it was heavy, he would go berserk. That would be really troublesome. Therefore, Lin Yi really had to thank Wu Baoliang for letting him see himself again. You talk so tough, but why don't you dare to make a move? Are you afraid of being beaten up? Are you ready to hide like a turtle? Wu Baoliang saw Lin Yi's expression as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He grinned proudly and said ferociously, "Since you don't dare to fight, then I will take the initiative to send you on your way." Violent Sand Thousand Explosive Fist. As soon as he finished speaking, the black gas on Wu Baoliang's body became more and more rampant. It spread out and almost enveloped half of the arena. At the same time, wherever the black gas passed, the yellow sand on the arena and the surrounding ground was suspended in the air. It whistled and was sucked into the black gas, forming a monstrous sand storm. Because the speed was too fast, the sound of breaking through the air could be heard one after another. It was really frightening. Lin Yi suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The punch just now was just a small test. This was Wu Baoliang's real strength. Although he had not experienced the specific power of this move, he could see from this strange and evil formation that it was definitely not a small matter. In the black gas storm, Wu Baoliang's figure was faintly discernible. Only the pair of triangular yin-yang eyes remained clear, with a trace of inexplicable terror. It was as if a demon had descended, and no one dared to look directly at it. With a sneer, Wu Baoliang slowly punched at Lin Yi. In an instant, the black gas swept towards Lin Yi with the sandstorm. Qi Wenhan and the others in the arena were anxious when they saw this. If it was another open space, even if they could not win, there would at least be a chance to escape. However, it was a duel in the arena. The space was so small, and the black gas storm was pressing down on him. At this moment, Lin Yi did not even have a chance to turn around. Without any suspense, Lin Yi's figure was instantly swallowed by the black gas storm. The audience in the arena exclaimed. At this time, it was impossible to see the situation in the arena with their eyes alone. They could only use their divine sense to perceive. Even so, they could only detect a vague idea. Chapter 4471. The black sand created by Wu Baoliang. Even though it could not completely isolate the divine sense like the sea miasma, could more or less achieve some similar effects. Isolating divine sense, this was a very exaggerated thing for ordinary cultivators. The vast majority of people could not reach such a height even in their lifetime. This required a very high talent for divine sense, and at the same time, diligent cultivation to have a trace of a chance to achieve it. Everyone was amazed. Wu Baoliang, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, was unknown and had no reputation at all. They did not expect him to be such a genius. At this moment in the black sand, Lin Yi did not give up. This was not his style at all. Although it was difficult to completely see everything around him with the divine sense, with Lin Yi's keen perception and the jade pendant, it was enough to see through the potential danger in advance. The moment he was shrouded in the black sand, Lin Yi immediately made a judgment. The role of the black gas was mostly to block perception and isolate the divine sense. It should not be too much of a threat. The real fatal thing should be the hidden sand that gathered into a fierce flow. Therefore, even if it looked extremely dangerous, as long as he could avoid the sand and fierce flow hidden in the black gas, he should be able to break the opponent's thousand sand-bursting fist. Of course, it was easy to say, but to actually do this was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, because there were not just one or two strands of violent sand currents hidden in the black gas, but hundreds and thousands of them. Moreover, they were extremely fast. Under the premise that the perception of the divine sense was blocked, it was easier said than done to completely avoid it. Even if he had the jade pendant, it would not work because there were dangers in all directions. However, since he was trapped in the opponent's black sand, Lin Yi could not just give up. let alone sit there and wait for death. No matter how slim the chance was, he had to give it a try. Using the butterfly subtle steps with all his strength, Lin Yi's figure kept flashing back and forth under the black veil, like a ghost. Erratic and erratic. You still don't give up? Then I'll play with you. Wu Baoliang's trademark sneer sounded especially ear-piercing in the black sand. He hadn't even finished his sentence when the hundreds of streams of sand rushed towards Lin Yi from all directions. The sound of the sand breaking through the air was getting sharper and sharper, making one's scalp go numb. If it was someone who wasn't brave enough, they'd probably be scared half to death, not to mention dodging the black energy and sand. However, Lin Yi was still calm and composed as he faced the encirclement of hundreds of violent sandstorms. Ordinary people would have already lost their heads out of fear, not knowing what to do. However, Lin Yi's figure flickered in and out of sight, flashing and moving. It was clear that the wild sand and vicious currents surrounded him from all directions without any gaps to speak of. However, Lin Yi relied on his extremely agile movements to squeeze out a gap and successfully avoided the first round of encirclement. This time Wu Baoliang, who was still a little careless and thinking of playing a cat-and-mouse game, was really shocked. The Thousand Violent Sand Fist was his strongest trump card. In the past, once he used it, he would definitely be able to easily kill his opponent. Even when facing an opponent in the nascent soul stage, it was still effective. He didn't expect that he would have to deal with a mere middle stage gold core stage. There were some twists and turns. No wonder this kid could cripple an expert in the early nascent soul stage like Old Kong. It seemed that he did have some skills. However, this was still far from enough. Wu Baoliang's triangular yin-yang eyes condensed a murderous aura. Wherever the black gas shrouded was a domain that he could control with his mind. The violent sandstorms continued to swirl rapidly around Lin Yi's body, and soon formed a huge sand whirlpool, with Lin Yi right in the center of the whirlpool. Unable to advance or retreat, Lin Yi suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart. Even if he didn't touch the sand, he knew that it must be extremely dangerous. It was definitely not as simple as ordinary yellow sand. As long as the speed of anything reached the extreme, even if it was just a small grain of sand, it could easily kill people. This was the principle of flying leaves and flowers, let alone such a turbulent sand whirlpool. In this situation, no matter how exquisite and agile Lin Yi's movements were, it was impossible for him to pass through the sand whirlpool unscathed. Before the other party attacked, there was only one way to deal with it, and that was to force his way out. At this time there must be no hesitation. Lin Yi knew this very well. Without saying a word, he immediately circulated his qi and raised his hand to perform the 30 styles of the Raging Fire 8 trigrams palm. This was his most powerful martial arts skill at the moment. Whether he could break through the encirclement or not, success or failure depended on this move. Boom! The people outside the arena only heard a sudden bang. As for what happened in the arena, they couldn't sense it clearly. They could only look at each other in dismay. In the middle of the black sand, Wu Baoliang's expression suddenly changed. This kid actually broke through his sand whirlpool. For a moment, even Wu Baoliang had to look at Lin Yi in a new light. The previous dodging and maneuvering could be said to be a trick, but this was a completely head-on collision. Even those experts at the peak of the early nascent soul stage would find it difficult to have such amazing destructive power. This Lin Yi, who came out of nowhere, seemed to be really extraordinary. After blasting out a passage with one palm, Lin Yi suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took the opportunity to retreat. If even this did not work, then he would really be in danger today. With Lin Yi's super trump card, no matter how strong the opponent was, as long as he was given enough time to accumulate power, he would definitely be able to laugh in the end. There was no doubt about this. However, at this moment, suddenly there was a cold shout from Wu Baoliang in the distance. Explode! Instantly, Lin Yi's hair stood on end. He suddenly realized that this move was not the Raging Sand Fist, but the Raging Sand Thousand Explosive Fist. Everything before was just a preparation. The most important thing was the word explode, which was the real fatal part. Unfortunately, it was already too late for him to come to this realization at this moment. Boom! 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 The continuous loud sounds were like dense firecrackers, instantly resounding throughout the entire Demon Lung Square. Everyone in the arena was shocked, and they looked at the arena in horror. They were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths for a long time. Although they still did not know what was happening in the arena due to the black chi, there were many knowledgeable people present. Even if they used their toes to guess the power behind such a strong tremor, they could guess it. Chapter 4472. Chi Wunhan and the others were all tensed up, staring at every movement in the ring. Even if they couldn't see what was going on inside, they wouldn't let go of the slightest change, fearing that something might happen to Lin Yi. Greater than over equal to 4 all greater than over equal to 4 all. A moment later, a figure in a sorry state suddenly fell out of the ring. Everyone's worries turned into reality. The person who fell out was Lin Yi. "Brother Ling, how are you?" Chi Wunhan hurriedly shouted and rushed over. At this moment, Lin Yi's whole body was surrounded by black gas, giving people the feeling that he had been corroded by the black gas. Moreover, there were burn marks everywhere, and some places were even badly mutilated. It was a shocking sight. The audience was in an uproar when they saw this. This battle that no one could see actually ended with Ling Yi, who was in the limelight, being blown out of the ring miserably. It was somewhat unexpected but also reasonable. Chi Wunhan was at a loss of what to do. Like a headless fly, he circled around Lin Yi, not knowing what to do for a moment. He did not know how to treat it, and he could not even see what kind of injury Lin Yi had suffered and how serious the injury was. He could only stare at the side, rubbing his hands and feeling anxious. Fortunately, Lin Yi's injury was not as serious as everyone thought. Although he looked miserable at first glance, and his injuries were not light, it was not to the point of serious damage to his vitality. At least he could still sit up and heal himself. Of course, this was mainly because he used a lot of qi to protect his body, and also because Wu Baoliang did not want to kill him. For Lin Yi, as long as he had the physical strength to heal, it was not a big deal. Especially if his muscles and bones were not injured, it would only take a moment for him to recover to his peak. Lin Yi knew that it was not a big problem, but his current state was more than miserable in the eyes of others. He was simply a cripple on the verge of death. There were wounds all over his body. Moreover, there were traces of ominous black gas. If this was not a sign that he was about to die, what was it? The black gas on the arena dissipated, and Wu Baoliang's figure reappeared in front of everyone. Compared to before, everyone looked at him with more respect. This was the treatment that an expert deserved. "I declare that the Dragon Boat Escort Agency has won. You can now challenge the next opponent." The referee announced the result. As a result, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency had snatched 100 points from the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and moved up one rank. It had risen from 6th to 5th and had become one of the top 5 escort agencies as it wished. The escort agency that had been squeezed out of the top spot was the most popular escort agency overlord, the 4 Seas Escort Agency. Seeing the real-time changes in the rankings, Boundless Sea, who was sitting in the middle of the referee group, had his face turn as black as the bottom of a pot. His face was so gloomy that it was dripping water. Indeed, no matter if it was a challenge from the leader of this escort agency, it was Wu Baoliang who stood out to deal with Ling Yi. All of this had been personally planned by Boundless Sea, and it had achieved the desired results. However, his 4 Seas Escort Agency had been pushed out of the top 5 by the Dragon Boat Agency. This wasn't part of Boundless Sea's plan. In the beginning, he had planned for his 4 Seas Escort Agency to reach second place after the 5th round of the competition. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to his wishes. The sudden rise of the Black Eagle Escort Agency had ruined his plan. Not only had they failed to reach second place, they had fallen to 5th place instead. And now they had even made such a blunder. The Great Escort Agency Overlord had actually been pushed out of the top 5 escort agencies. Seeing this embarrassing ranking on the rankings, Boundless Sea felt like his face had been smashed to pieces. He couldn't go out and meet people anymore, however. Now that things had reached this point, it was too late for Boundless Sea to regret it. Moreover, the good show had only just begun. As long as he continued to develop according to his plan, the 4 Seas Escort Agency still had a chance to make a comeback. Boundless Sea could only bury his head like an ostrich. He couldn't help but console himself. Right now, he was only temporarily being stepped on by someone else. A bit of awkwardness was unavoidable, but only the one who had the last laugh would be the true winner. At this moment, apart from Chi Wunhan and the others who were circling around Lin Yi, Everyone else's gazes were focused on Wu Baoliang. They only wanted to know one question. Who was he going to challenge next? The 12 escort agencies on the leaderboard were all panicking, especially the Golden Core experts who were on the leaderboard. They were afraid that their agency's name would jump out from Wu Baoliang's mouth next. Losing points was a small matter, but they were afraid of losing their lives. I've decided to challenge the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Wu Baoliang sneered from the corner of his eyes. As soon as these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar again. They had already won once, yet they weren't satisfied. They actually wanted to challenge again. Wasn't this clearly showing that they wanted to destroy the Heavens Equal Escort Agency? Previously, everyone thought that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was in the limelight. Their faces were filled with unconcealable envy and jealousy. However, after hearing Wu Baoliang's words, their envy and jealousy instantly disappeared. Instead, they looked at the Heavens Equal Escort Agency with sympathy. In front of Wu Baoliang and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was not a super dark horse. They were purely a piece of juicy meat. Looking at their stance, they definitely wouldn't rest until they devoured this piece of meat. The Heavens Equal Escort Agency's tribulation had only just begun. However, in any case, it was the Heavens Equal Escort Agency that was suffering. It had nothing to do with the rest of the crowd. Seeing the two escort agencies from the Wayark Sea territory fight to the death, they were happy to watch the show. There were many people who were gloating over their misfortune. Looking at the referee's expressions, especially Boundless Sea's sneer, as if they were watching a good show, Qi Mingyuan couldn't help but feel anxious. Now that Lingwan was heavily injured, he definitely couldn't go on stage. That meant that the only Golden Core expert left in the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was Qi Wanhan. However, even Ling Wan wasn't Wu Baoliang's opponent, let alone his son Qi Wanhan. Wasn't this asking him to go on stage and die? Head Escort High, you've racked your brains to come up with such an unfair challenge. Not only will you be criticized for no reason, but you'll also end up working for someone else. Your 4C's escort agency won't get any benefits at all. Don't you think you're too stupid? Qi Mingyuan looked coldly at Boundless Sea. Even a clay figurine would have some anger, let alone a formidable person like Qi Mingyuan. Now that things had developed to this point, he wasn't afraid of publicly shedding all pretense of cordiality. Chapter 4473. We're all smart people here. We know who's right and who's wrong. Why are you still putting on an act and trying to cover things up? My Heavens Equal Escort Agency isn't doing well, but I'm afraid your 4C's escort agency is going to end up with nothing. Humph, you're being stepped on by others. What a joke. Qi Mingyuan sneered. According to the rules of the competition, the 4C's escort agency, which didn't have any Golden Core experts, were undefeatable. However, it was difficult for them to get a share of the spoils. Unless the winner, like the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, gave up on the right to challenge and drew lots again, they wouldn't have a chance. However, the chances of this happening were minuscule. If things continued like this, the 4C's escort agency could only watch from the sidelines. They could only watch as the Dragon Boat Escort Agency's points rose higher and higher. Until the Dragon Boat Escort Agency's points rose higher and higher. They couldn't do anything about it. It was obvious that the 4C's escort agency, which had fallen out of the top 5, had become the first victim. Next would be the Black Eagle Escort Agency, the Great Sky Escort Agency, and the Divine Wind Escort Agency. Hearing this, even Zhao Bufan and the others looked at Boundless Sea with unfriendly gazes. They weren't like the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, who was being chased around. Even if their points were affected, it wouldn't be too big. However, the problem was that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency had suddenly risen up and stepped on their heads. Now, even the Dragon Boat Escort Agency was stepping on their faces. Who could stand that? They were one of the 5 great escort agency, a traditional powerhouse. How could they tolerate a grassroots escort agency with no background? One by one they were stepping on their heads. Did they even have any face left? Everyone suddenly realized that Boundless Sea wasn't just shooting himself in the foot. Moreover, their feet were also smashed into the ground. Haha. If you insist that I'm targeting your Heavens Equal Escort Agency, aren't you thinking too much? No matter what you think, I have a clear conscience. The rules of the competition are right there. It's fair to everyone. As long as you have the strength, everyone has a chance. If you feel like you're at a disadvantage, that only means that you're not strong enough. You can't blame anyone else, Boundless Sea said righteously. Humph. Since Chief Escort Sea is so unyielding, then I have nothing else to say. Let me give you a word of advice. Justice is in the hearts of the people. A clown will never achieve anything. Qi Mingyuan gave Boundless Sea a deep look and didn't say anything else. You should return those words to your Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. I feel like it's a short-lived epiphany, but I think it's quite appropriate, Boundless Sea sneered. Seeing Qi Mingyuan and Zhao Bufan's unfriendly expressions, Boundless Sea's previous gloominess disappeared. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. A bunch of ignorant fools. Do you really think that the Dragon Boat Escort Agency will have the last laugh? Do you really think this chief escort's brain is flooded with water? With the Dragon Boat Escort Agency's fatal weakness in his hands, Boundless Sea wasn't afraid of them increasing their points. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter. When the time came, he would release this bomb and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency would lose all of their qualifications. They were nothing to worry about. However, right now his Four Seas Escort Agency was in 6th place. Even if the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency were all eliminated, they would only fall back to 4th place. At most he would fall back to 4th place. The other escort agencies above him would still take advantage of him. Before that happened, he had to think of a countermeasure. Boundless Sea wasn't going to do something as stupid as giving someone else a gift. Uncle Song, I'll leave the matters of the escort agency to you. I'll go up and fight this Wu Baoliang. Qi Wenhan's expression was cold. After giving this order to housekeeper Song, he immediately prepared to go up and fight. Now that Lin Yi was injured and couldn't go up, he was the only one left. If he didn't go up, who would? Therefore, this time, neither Qi Mingyuan, who was sitting among the judges, nor Steward Song, who was sitting beside him, had any intention of stopping him. Even if they knew that it was dangerous, even if they could be beaten to death, they still had to go. The people of the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency were never cowards, not to mention that Qi Wenhan was the young master. The wind was howling and the water was cold. Qi Wenhan seemed to have the determination to die. He walked towards the arena step by step. However, just as he was about to step onto the arena, Lin Yi's voice suddenly came from behind him. Brother Qi, wait. Brother Ling. Qi Wenhan was overjoyed. He stopped and turned his head to look at Lin Yi with concern. He asked, Brother Ling, how are your injuries? Are they serious? They're fine. It's not a big deal. Lin Yi grinned. After using his qi to heal him, the injuries that Wu Baoliang gave him had mostly healed. They would soon be completely cured. That's good, that's good. Qi Wenhan breathed a sigh of relief. If something really happened to Lin Yi this time with his personality, he would definitely blame himself to death. Fortunately, Lin Yi's current condition was not bad. It did not seem like he was faking it. Qi Wenhan nodded at Lin Yi. He then turned around and walked towards the arena again. The stone in his heart had finally been lifted. His footsteps were calm and fearless. Even Wu Baoliang, who was in the arena, raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. Brother Qi, I want to get back at him myself. Don't fight with me, Lin Yi suddenly said from behind. Qi Wenhan stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Lin Yi with a troubled expression. If Lin Yi had said something else, he would have rejected it without a second thought. After all, he was the young master of the escort agency. He had the right to decide who would fight and who would not. Lin Yi had already done so much for the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency, and was still injured. How could he let his benefactor continue to fight while injured? Qi Wenhan could not do something like biting the hand that fed him. However, Lin Yi now said that he wanted to get back at Wu Baoliang himself. The implication was that this was a personal grudge between him and Wu Baoliang. In particular, he had been preparing to attack Wu Baoliang for a long time and had waited until today. Under such circumstances, even Qi Wenhan could not intervene. But Qi Wenhan frowned, not knowing what to say. He wouldn't agree to let Lin Yi fight again with an injury like that, however. No buts, Brother Qi. You must listen to me this time. Lin Yi immediately interrupted. He did not have time to convince Qi Wenhan, so he could only use this stubborn method to solve the problem. Seeing that Lin Yi's expression was extremely firm, and that he would not give up until he achieved his goal, Qi Wenhan was completely helpless. He could not let Lin Yi fight, but he could not go against Lin Yi's wishes either. He was in a dilemma. Hey, how much longer are you going to delay? Are you going to fight or not? Are the people of the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency all such cowards that they don't even have the courage to fight? Wu Baoliang crossed his arms and made sarcastic remarks in the arena. R655. Chapter 4474. Of course he hoped that Lin Yi would take the field again, but if it was Qi Wenhan, then it wouldn't matter. At most, he would just have to spend a little more effort to get rid of the young master of the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency. Qi Wenhan's expression froze, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He was about to take the field, but when he saw Lin Yi's gaze he held back. After spending some time together he more or less understood Lin Yi's personality. Although he was usually easy to talk to, he was actually very opinionated. If he really decided to do something, even 10 bulls wouldn't be able to hold him back. I'll still take the field for the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency. But according to the rules, I should be able to rest for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, right? Lin Yi said lightly. Sure. The executive judge glanced at Lin Yi. There were already people lighting incense at the side of the field. Only half of the time had passed, so Lin Yi could at least rest for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Humph, alright then, I'll let you live for another half an hour. Wu Baoliang laughed coldly. He knew very well how terrifying the power of the 1,000 bursting fist was, so he wasn't worried about whether Lin Yi would be able to recover. It was simply impossible. In fact, if he hadn't deliberately held back at the last moment, Lin Yi would already be a corpse by now. How could he possibly live until now? Brother Ling, then I'll leave it to you. But again, don't force yourself. You can lose your points, but you can't have anything happen to you. Qi Wenhan could only helplessly remind him. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Yi nodded, then closed his eyes again. To outsiders, it seemed like he was just taking advantage of the last half an incense stick of time to sharpen his spear. Little did they know, after the last half an incense stick of time, Lin Yi had already recovered to his peak condition. The reason why he continued to meditate on the ground, other than to confuse Wu Baoliang and the outsiders, was that Lin Yi actually had another more important thing to do. He was continuously simulating Wu Baoliang's 1,000 bursting fist in his mind. Although Wu Baoliang was an evil cultivator, Lin Yi had never really put this person in his eyes before, but after experiencing the battle just now, he had to admit that this evil cultivator was very strong, especially his violent 1,000 bursting fist. The power was really not to be underestimated. This could be seen from the fact that Lin Yi could not completely penetrate the opponent after using the 30 moves of the Raging Fire 8 trigrams palm just now. The opponent's realm was only at the peak of the Gold Core realm, but the power displayed was at the middle stage of the nascent Soul realm. The exaggerated and heaven-defying degree was even comparable to the Raging Fire 8 trigrams palm that Lin Yi relied on the most. More importantly, Wu Baoliang's violent 1,000 explosive fist was not only powerful, but it was also very practical. Unlike other killing moves that required corresponding timing and conditions, as long as the mad 1,000 bursting fist was used, the opponent would basically be at their wits' end. Whether it was used for 1 versus 1 or 1 versus many, it was a rare and excellent choice. In short, this was a rare killing move, so Lin Yi decided to take it for himself. After suffering from the opponent's killing move, he actually wanted to learn it on the spot. This kind of thing was completely ridiculous in the eyes of others. There was no maneuverability at all. Putting aside the fact that he did not have the attributes and conditions to cultivate the opponent's killing move, even if the conditions were suitable, it was easier said than done to cultivate it. People who painstakingly cultivate it for decades might only have a small success, but you want to cultivate it in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Is this possible? How is this brain damaged? It's like putting a brain in the water. However, it was unrealistic to use it on others, but if it was used on the 5 elements and 7 attributes, moreover it was used on Lin Yi who also had the real spiritual root, it was very different. With such a strong and majestic foundation, no matter what the opponent's move was, Lin Yi could use the martial skills that he already knew, coupled with the opponent's unique activation method, to deduce and combine it bit by bit. After gradually mastering and familiarizing himself with it, he could really take it for himself. He had done this kind of thing many times in the past. The Mad Fire 8 trigrams palm was a ready-made example. If he wanted to quickly improve his strength, he had to walk on 2 legs. Improving his realm was one thing, but on the other hand, his martial skills had to be constantly evolved. Both were indispensable, and Lin Yi clearly understood this. Of course, the deduction and combination of any martial skill was a very complicated and difficult thing. The more exquisite and powerful the martial skill, the more difficult it was to deduce. Even though Lin Yi was experienced facing Wu Baoliang's Mad Sand Thousand Bursting Fist, he still had a lot of things to do. Over and over again, it was like playing a movie in Lin Yi's mind. He kept replaying the situation on the arena just now. He disassembled the opponent's Mad Sand Thousand Bursting Fist bit by bit, combined it with his own understanding and realizations, and then put it back together bit by bit. If the conditions allowed it, the best way was to deduce it in his mind for a period of time, and then try it out on the spot. Only then could he really know whether his deduction was successful or not, and where the problem was. However, with so many people watching, Lin Yi obviously did not have the conditions to do so. He could only silently rehearse in his mind, and use his rich experience to judge whether the deduction was successful or not. This was a really difficult technical task, and ordinary people could not do it. In the end, after the Mad Sand Thousand Bursting Fist was disassembled and practiced countless times, it was finally successfully reassembled in Lin Yi's mind. However, it had a different appearance. Once it was really used, it was probably very different from the original version of Wu Baoliang's Mad Sand Thousand Bursting Fist. This could not be helped. Until now, Lin Yi could not completely confirm whether the black gas on Wu Baoliang's body was a characteristic of an evil cultivator, or an extremely rare mutated spiritual root. Therefore, even with his 5 elements and 7 attributes, there was no way to completely imitate the black gas. The time it took to burn a stick of incense wasn't long, and when the last bit of incense ash fell, the spectators immediately regained their spirit. Although 99% of them thought that Lin Yi was dead for sure, watching a battle of life and death like this still gave them an inexplicable sense of excitement, making them unable to watch it anymore. Wu Baoliang squinted at Lin Yi below the arena. He was about to mock him, but before he could speak, Lin Yi had already stood up and walked into the arena. Chapter 4475. Hee, actually, whether I say it or not, you won't kill me, right? Lin Yi smiled calmly, without the slightest hint of nervousness or fear. It was as if the defeat just now did not affect him at all. Not only did it not affect him mentally, but it also did not affect him physically. He looked like he was in his best condition. Plus, not only were the audience stunned, but even Wu Baoliang was slightly stunned. Although he said he was holding back, he had actually used at least 70% of the Thousand Sand Bursting Fist's power. It was enough to kill an early nascent Soul Realm Master, let alone a Middle Gold Core Realm Master. Even though he knew that his opponent was not an ordinary Middle Gold Core Realm Master, in Wu Baoliang's opinion, even if Lin Yi did not die, he would definitely be seriously injured. He could force himself to walk into the arena, but how could he still be so confident and calm? Could this guy be an actor? Even at this time he could still pretend to be so flawless? Wu Baoliang could not help but be a little suspicious. He suspected that Lin Yi was deliberately mystifying, but he did not show it on his face. I won't kill you? Kid, where do you get this confidence from? Whether I kill you or not, it all depends on me. If I kill you, I can still challenge the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and get the points. Do you think anyone can stop me? Wu Baoliang sneered disdainfully. Yes, I can. Lin Yi nodded seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience burst into laughter. Wu Baoliang was laughing so hard that he could not straighten his back for a long time, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He had just been beaten black and blue, but in the blink of an eye, he dared to say that he could stop him. This kid's skin was really thick. Interesting. This is really interesting. Wu Baoliang laughed and raised his hand to point at Lin Yi. Then you can bet your life to stop me. This time I will not hold back. I'll try. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Under the referee's order, the second duel between the two officially began. This time the first to attack was Wu Baoliang. The monstrous black gas raged again. Wu Baoliang did not intend to be entangled with Lin Yi. So he used his ultimate move. The surging black gas and sand instantly engulfed Lin Yi. The situation was exactly the same as before. Qi Wenhan and the others felt their hearts tighten. They believed in Lin Yi and were confident in Lin Yi's strength, but facing Wu Baoliang's ferocious strength, they were still somewhat worried. He was in the middle of the black sand. Lin Yi's first response was the same as before, which was to constantly dodge and dodge, nimbly evading the wild sand and fierce currents. Seeing this, Wu Baoliang could not help but cackle again. He had thought that his opponent had figured out some good move to counter his 1,000 wild sand explosive fist, which was why he was so confident. It turned out that nothing had changed at all. Facing his 1,000 wild sand bursting fists, unless it was an expert who was much stronger than him, who could use brute force to break through it. Other than that, any shortcuts were suicidal. No matter how good one's movement technique was, could one completely avoid so many wild sand and fierce currents? Even if one could avoid it for a while, could one avoid it forever? After all, this was the arena. There was only so much space to dodge. Being surrounded by so many wild sand and fierce currents, it was inevitable that one would fall into the sand whirlpool. Lin Yi's previous encounter was a living example. This time was no exception. Lin Yi seemed to be unaware of this and was still trying his best to dodge because he had experienced it last time. This time he was obviously more skilled in dodging, and he managed to hold on in the black sand for a longer time. Unfortunately, all of this was in vain. In the midst of Wu Baoliang's cackling, Lin Yi was once again trapped in the sand whirlpool. According to the previous experience, the biggest crisis would come next, and this time Wu Baoliang did not have the slightest intention of holding back. Go to hell! Explode! Wu Baoliang suddenly shouted coldly, and the sand whirlpool that surrounded Lin Yi suddenly froze. It was as if time had suddenly stopped, and then every grain of sand began to tremble rapidly, rushing to explode one after another. Lin Yi had personally experienced that the power of every grain of sand that exploded here was comparable to the power of high explosives in the secular world. At this moment, there were more than thousands of grains of sand that exploded. From this point alone, the name 1,000 Wild Sand Explosive Fist was already very modest and low-key. The continuous loud bangs once again shocked the nerves of everyone present. They were all looking forward to the scene of Lin Yi being blasted out again, and those who had a little sympathy had already begun to mourn for Lin Yi. However, as expected, Lin Yi's figure did not enter their field of vision for a long time. The crowd could not help but discuss among themselves. From the looks of it, this time was even more miserable than the last time, and there should be no bones left. However, at this moment, above the arena that was shrouded by the black sand, a huge flame suddenly soared into the sky. In an instant, the entire arena was illuminated, and everyone could not help but be dazzled. What was going on? Everyone could not help but look at each other. And at this moment, Wu Baoliang's expression suddenly changed. Something was wrong. Damn it, he's not dead? Wu Baoliang finally realized something, and his expression instantly became extremely ugly. Without hesitation, he manipulated the black gas to sweep up the yellow sand in the sky, and the 1,000 wild sand explosive fists surged up violently again, charging straight at the center of the huge flame. The loud bangs continued, and the earth shook and the mountains shook. The entire Demon Cold Plaza seemed to be shrouded by a natural disaster. For a moment, everyone's expression changed drastically, and they were in a panic. No one knew what was going on in the arena, but a few people with good eyesight such as Qi Mingyuan Boundless Sea and Zhao Shanning could already guess that Lin Yi would not be defeated easily like last time, and was about to launch a counterattack. As expected, the black sand that Wu Baoliang stirred up was no longer unstoppable. It was forcefully blocked by the huge flame, and could not advance even half a step. That was not all. At this time, the huge flame was still growing at an extremely fast speed. In a short period of time, it had already occupied half of the arena with Wu Baoliang's black sand, and they were evenly matched. This time, Wu Baoliang finally turned pale with fright. In the huge flame opposite him, he suddenly saw the faintly discernible figure of Lin Yi. He was as dazzling as the fire god who had descended to the world, and people could not help but feel awe. This scene was seen by Wu Baoliang, and so did everyone in the arena. They immediately exclaimed in shock, and there was an uproar. They were extremely shocked. Chapter 4476. Under the illumination of this huge ball of fire, Wu Baoliang, who was originally hidden in the black sand, was vaguely revealed. For the first time, the audience could see the true faces of the two fighters with their naked eyes. Half of the black sand, and the other half was filled with fire. This was the scene in the arena at this moment. The shock and huge pressure it brought to the audience made them speechless for a long time. In the face of such an astonishing power, not to mention the Golden Core experts, even the nascent soul experts couldn't conceal the shock on their faces. Their hearts couldn't help but be drenched in cold sweat. If they were to stand in the arena, whether it was Wu Baoliang or Lin Yi, they would not be able to withstand it, and they might even lose their lives. At this moment, everyone had the same question in their hearts. Were these two abnormal guys in the arena really Golden Core stage masters? Had the world gone mad? It's the same move? Zhao Shanning, who was in the audience, suddenly felt a little dazed. At the same time, Qi Mingyuan, Boundless Sea, and the others on the referee team also saw it. Although the two sides of the arena looked completely different at first glance, if one observed carefully, they would find that the moves of both sides were actually the same. Even if they were not exactly the same, they must be from the same source. If one had to describe it specifically, it could be considered as two versions of the same move. The people in the audience who saw the clues were only shocked, but Wu Baoliang himself at this moment was already in a state of shock. He was about to go crazy. How is this possible? How can this kid also know Thousand Wild Sand Fist? At most, others were just guessing, but Wu Baoliang himself could feel it clearly. The move used by the kid opposite him was clearly a copy of his Thousand Wild Sand Fist. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Wu Baoliang would never believe that there was such a thing in the world. The kid opposite him had just lost to his Thousand Wild Sand Fist half an hour ago, but now, he actually used a copy of the Thousand Wild Sand Fist with just a turn of his head. Most importantly, this wasn't just an act. The other party was actually able to stand on equal footing with him. Anyone would go crazy if this happened to them. Paying someone back in their own coin was just a legend circulating in the martial arts world. It was simply impossible for it to happen to cultivators, and it was even more impossible for it to happen on this Heaven Stage Island. In the past, if anyone threw out this kind of argument, the only result was that they would be regarded as a madman and drowned in the countless spit of the people around them. But now Lin Yi had given it to Wu Baoliang. Everyone at the scene had also learned a lesson. They had no choice but to re-examine the old saying, "There is always someone better than you out there." Luckily, I didn't guess wrong. Otherwise, I'd be in big trouble this time. Lin Yi, who was in the middle of the huge firelight, let out a long sigh of relief. His heart was filled with excitement. To be honest, although he had deduced and assembled it countless times in his mind, it was not until just now. Lin Yi still had no idea whether he could successfully cast it or not. After all, he had never seen a similar move before. Even if he wanted to learn from it, it would not be so easy. Previously, Lin Yi only needed to try to imitate the 8 trigrams fire palm, 1000 flaming kicks, and other martial arts skills. Basically, he could do it with ease. 70% of it was imitation, and 30% of it was self-creation. But this time, the 1000 flaming sand fist was different. Whether it was Wu Baoliang's black gas or the sand, Lin Yi could not completely imitate it. Even Lin Yi couldn't replicate it completely. Other than the core essence of the move, he had to improvise everything else on the spot. This difficulty was as high as ascending to the sky. But fortunately, the strong foundation of the 5 elements and 7 attributes was not just for show. Coupled with his strong creativity, and the fact that he deliberately did not directly make a move just now. Instead, he once again stood in the black gas and sand to observe and feel. After verifying his guess, Lin Yi finally successfully cast the 1000 flaming sand fist. Of course, after changing its appearance like this move could no longer be regarded as a pure 1000 flaming sand fist. Lin Yi decided to change it to a more appropriate name, 1000 flaming sand fist. Wu Baoliang watched helplessly as his opponent's aura became stronger and stronger, and the giant flames occupied more and more of the arena. He could no longer hold back. If this continued, his authentic 1000 wild sand burst fist might really be defeated by his opponent's imitation. Pretentious, it must be pretentious. Wu Baoliang suddenly laughed hysterically. His blurry figure shrouded in the black gas and sand became more and more strange. He roared loudly. You fool, even if you can imitate it, so what? It's just a facade. Do you think you can scare me like this? TSK, you don't understand the essence of the Thousand Flaming Sand Fist at all. How dare you use such a lousy move to fight with me? You're hopelessly stupid. Everyone in the arena could not help but frown when they heard this. Although Lin Yi's sudden move was indeed shocking, they still thought that Wu Baoliang had a higher chance of winning. After all, this was the authentic original version. If they really fought, there was no reason for him to lose to a temporary imitation. However, now that they saw Wu Baoliang's hysterical appearance, everyone quietly changed their opinion. In a battle between masters, it was a taboo to be impatient. It didn't matter if Lin Yi knew this move from the start or if he was just imitating it. It didn't matter if he had truly grasped the essence of it. At least from the point of Wu Baoliang panicking, Lin Yi clearly had the upper hand. Just as everyone was discussing, Wu Baoliang's crazy laughter came from the arena again. Since you want to imitate, then I'll be merciful and teach you what the essence of the Thousand Flaming Sand Fist is. Explode! Accompanied by Wu Baoliang's maniacal laughter, a familiar loud bang once again exploded out of nowhere in the arena. As he did not hold back this time, the arena, which had been set up with layers of powerful defensive formations, could not withstand it. Cracks that were visible to the naked eye appeared on the arena, and they rapidly expanded, covering the entire arena. Full power Thousand Flaming Sand Fist. This was the true essence of the Thousand Flaming Sand Fist. Even though Lin Yi imitated it so well, Wu Baoliang did not believe that Lin Yi could really master this most important essence. After all, this was not an ordinary method. Not only did he need to master the key tricks, but he also had to go through special training. He had to train hard for at least a few decades to reach a sufficient level of mastery before he could be sure of success. Chapter 4477. All living things annihilation was the martial skill that Wu Baoliang had been practicing ever since he started his cultivation. The principle was to let all the objects within the range of his control collide and kill each other. This was the prerequisite for practicing the Thousand Violent Sand Fist. This was because the Violent Sand Thousand Bursting Fist's final 1,000 heavy explosions was the most crucial step in controlling the thousands of grains of devil chi to collide with each other, producing an astonishing power. The angle, position, speed, and strength must all be perfectly grasped. If there was a mistake in any of these steps, it would lead to failure. The difficulty of this was imaginable. Wu Baoliang believed that his cultivation talent was extremely high, but even he had to practice for decades before he barely grasped the trick. Only then could he successfully practice such a shocking move like the Thousand Explosive Sand Fist. Anyone, even the most talented genius, wanting to master the Violent Sand Thousand Bursting Fist in one go was just a pipe dream. It was absolutely impossible. However, Lin Yi's shout came from the giant flame, and it instantly overturned Wu Baoliang's outlook on life. This guy even imitated this step. Explode. As soon as Lin Yi's voice fell, endless explosions came from the giant flame at the same time. Its power was so shocking that it was even more powerful than Wu Baoliang's original version. At this moment, the black sand and the giant flame exploded at the same time. The aftermath and airwaves produced by the collision of the two sides instantly swept through the entire Demon Lung Square. A large number of spectators who could not stand steadily were forcibly sent flying. The scene was extremely chaotic. At the same time, accompanied by a cracking sound, the ring that was meticulously reinforced by multiple layers of protective arrays actually collapsed directly and became a pile of ruins. The audience was in an uproar. It was not because the arena had collapsed, but because the winner of the duel had finally been decided. Wu Baoliang's black sand could not withstand the soaring flame that was growing stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, it was like a landslide, and it was directly engulfed into nothingness. Impossible. No. Wu Baoliang could not even finish his sentence before he was blasted away by the strong impact of the soaring flames. He fell hundreds of feet away, and his entire body was charred black. He was in an indescribably miserable state. After a while, the dazzling fire gradually dissipated, and Lin Yi's figure slowly appeared in the ruins of the arena. In the afterglow of the light, it was as if the god of fire had descended to the world. Perhaps it was because he had just used the Raging Flame Thousand Burst Fist. At this moment, Lin Yi's aura was no longer as calm and collected as before. Instead, it had become extremely fierce and domineering. Even someone like Boundless Sea didn't dare to look him in the eye. He was simply too domineering. I hereby announce that the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency has won. You may now challenge your next opponent. Amidst the silence, the referee was the first to react and announce the result. Only then did everyone recover from the shock, and their faces were full of colorful expressions. Especially Cheng Haonan, Long Qiba, and Boundless Sea. These guys who thought that Wu Baoliang could definitely defeat Lin Yi had ugly expressions on their faces, and they could not say a word for a long time. Meanwhile, Qi Wenhan and the others instantly burst into thunderous cheers. Before Lin Yi went on stage again, they were already prepared to face defeat. In their eyes, as long as nothing happened to Lin Yi, this would be considered a success. Who would have thought that Lin Yi would be so heaven-defying? He actually used his opponent's finishing move to forcibly defeat his opponent. Lin Yi stood in the ruins of the arena, and his gaze slowly fell on Wu Baoliang. Although this guy was blasted away and looked quite miserable, he was far from being seriously injured to the point of death. Against a heartless person like Wu Baoliang, Lin Yi clearly had no intention of holding back. However, this was his first time using the Raging Flame Thousand Bursts fist. It was already good enough that he could successfully execute it, but he still could not completely control this newly created move. Whether it was power or timing, he was still lacking. What a pity! Lin Yi shook his head faintly. It was a bit of a shame that he wasn't able to kill the guy in one go, but it wasn't a big deal. He turned to the judges and spoke up. I've decided to challenge the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. There was another uproar. The audience could not help but feel that they did not come for nothing today. They had witnessed the heaven-defying strength of two super golden core experts. Just a moment ago, Wu Baoliang had taken advantage of them, and was prepared to trample the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency to death. In the blink of an eye, the tables were turned. This kind of grudge situation had always been the most popular topic of discussion in the streets. Qi Wenhan and the others did not have any objections to Lin Yi's decision. Although they were somewhat worried that Lin Yi would not be able to continue the challenge, if they had the same strength, they would definitely make the same decision. The South Continent Sea had never been a place of benevolence and righteousness. Moreover, the other party was an old enemy with a deep grudge. If they did not take this opportunity to trample him to death, there would be endless troubles in the future. In contrast, the faces of the people from the Dragon Boat Escort Agency were much uglier, especially Long Qiba and Cheng Haonan. They were gnashing their teeth in hatred. They still could not accept the reality that Wu Baoliang, whose strength was comparable to a middle-stage nascent soul expert, was defeated by Lin Yi. What should we do? Long Qiba looked at Cheng Haonan. Because he firmly believed that Wu Baoliang was invincible, he did not expect this situation at all. He did not know how to deal with it. There's nothing we can do. I can only do it myself. Cheng Haonan's expression was cold as he looked at Lin Yi on the stage. He had wanted to get someone else to do the dirty work, but he had no other choice now. The situation forced him to do it himself. In order to avenge the death of his son, he would accept it even if he got punished later. All right, then I'll leave it to you, Deputy Escort Cheng. Long Qiba nodded. In name, Cheng Haonan was also a perfected gold core expert, but his strength was even stronger than Wu Baoliang. It would be foolproof to let him take action. Wait, I'll do it myself. I was careless just now. This time I must kill this bastard. At this time Wu Baoliang, who was in a sorry state, suddenly got up and walked over. He gritted his teeth and spoke. Although he looked quite miserable, judging from his current footsteps and state, he still had the strength to fight. Chapter 4478. In his eyes, Wu Baoliang could crush all the gold core stage experts of the other escort agencies, but this was already history. Since this guy lost to Ling Yi once, of course there would be a second time. What's more, he lost in such a humiliating way. Even if he fought in the next round, the possibility of him winning was really not high. Wu Baoliang did not answer. He turned to look at Cheng Haonan, waiting for the boss of the Poison Eye Mercenary Corps to speak. I have confidence in the strength of the military counselor. Since the military counselor has requested so, then let him deal with Ling Yi himself. Cheng Haonan immediately went with the flow. Unless it was absolutely necessary, He wouldn't personally deal with Wu Baoliang. Now that Wu Baoliang wanted to try again, there was no reason for him to stop him. After all, whether Wu Baoliang won or lost, he would not lose anything. As for the points, that was something that Long Qiba cared about. It had nothing to do with Chang Haonan. Well, then I'll leave it to the military counselor. Long Qiba had no choice but to give up. In the face of Lin Yi's public challenge, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency could only rely on two people. One was Wu Baoliang, and the other was Chang Haonan. Chapter 4479. The entire Magic Cold Square was silent for a long time. Even the executive referee did not dare to speak. In a battle of this level, unless it was a life and death battle or someone fell out of the arena, the referee would not dare to intervene. The strange and tense atmosphere lasted for more than a moment. After confirming that Wu Baoliang was dead, the executive referee finally announced Lin Yi's victory. The audience burst into an uproar that had been suppressed for a long time. Everyone's respect for Wu Baoliang had now been completely transferred to Lin Yi, and it was even greater than Wu Baoliang. Winning the previous round could be said to be luck, but now he had won 2 rounds in a row. Even Wu Baoliang was killed by his own move. There was nothing more to say. There were so many masters present. Not to mention the many Golden Core stage escorts. Even those in the nascent Soul stage could not truly suppress Wu Baoliang. As for killing him with Wu Baoliang's own move, it was impossible. However, Lin Yi did it in front of everyone. Phew! Looking at Wu Baoliang's corpse on the ground, Lin Yi let out a long sigh. In this way, his trip to the South Continent was finally a success. Although a lot of things happened in between, and there were many unexpected gains and adventures, it was undeniable that this mission was a little too long. It was just to hunt down a demonic cultivator, Wu Baoliang, and it had taken several months. Even Lin Yi could not help but feel a little tired. However, if it was not for the improvement of his strength in the past few months, Lin Yi would really be helpless against Wu Baoliang, who was comparable to a nascent Soul Stage master. Now that the conditions were right, not only did he successfully complete the mission, but because he mastered the Raging Flame Thousand Bursts Fist, his strength skyrocketed again, which was worthy of celebration. Wu Baoliang had been killed. The purpose of this trip to the South Continent Escort Agency was achieved, and Lin Yi could now retire. Moreover, he had already fought 3 rounds with Wu Baoliang. Even if he won, in the eyes of others, he would have lost a lot of vital energy and would not have much combat power left. However, Lin Yi was still standing in the ruins of the arena. He looked at Chang Haonan from afar and said calmly, "I will continue to challenge the Dragon Boat Escort Agency." Everyone present was speechless, and they couldn't help but look at Lin Yi with a strange gaze. Not only was this guy powerful, but his personality was also so domineering. He had only suffered a loss at the hands of Wu Baoliang, but now he had killed Wu Baoliang. It was clear that he wanted to vent his anger on the entire Dragon Boat Escort Agency. What they didn't know was that Lin Yi wasn't interested in dealing with the Dragon Boat Escort Agency at all. He just wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Chang Haonan. Haha. Young Hero Ling is indeed a straightforward person. What a character! Qi Mingyuan sat in the judge's seat and laughed heartily. If it had been someone else who saw Lin Yi making such a decision without authorization, they might have felt a knot in their heart. However, Qi Mingyuan would not feel the same way. His personality had always been straightforward, and Lin Yi's behavior was to his liking. A man should be decisive in killing and take revenge. If he was Lin Yi, he would definitely choose to get rid of the problem at its roots. As long as nothing happened to the person in question, it didn't matter even if he failed and lost points. This was the aura that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency should have. In contrast, Boundless Sea, who was sitting next to Qi Mingyuan, had an ugly expression on his face. He looked at Long Qiba and Chang Haonan with eyes that were spewing fire. He wanted to skin these 2 bastards alive. He didn't hesitate to offend the other judges and think of a way to create an escort agency leader challenge, just to create an opportunity for the Dragon Boat Escort Agency to deal with Lingwan and the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Previously, Chang Haonan and his group had said that it would be a piece of cake. But now, not only did they fail to kill Lingwan and the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, their morale soared and their points rose higher and higher. Wasn't this the same as shooting themselves in the foot? If this continued, Who could stop the Heavens Equal Escort Agency's rise? Didn't all of the plans that Boundless Sea had come up with become a complete joke? If the Four Seas Escort Agency wanted to rise again, they had to first get rid of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, and then use their trump card to get rid of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, killing two birds with one stone. But now they couldn't even complete the first step. Even if Boundless Sea got rid of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, what could he do? The Heavens Equal Escort Agency was still high up in the sky. No one could shake its position. It was about to sit on the throne of the escort agencies, while his Four Seas Escort Agency was about to become history. This result made Boundless Sea want to cry, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't have an abnormal golden core expert like Lin Yi. Even if he did, the Four Seas Escort Agency wouldn't have the chance to jump out and challenge him. They could only watch, unable to do anything. The only consolation for Boundless Sea was that because the Dragon Boat Escort Agency had lost 2 matches in a row, their points had dropped by 200 points. They had just lost back all of the 200 points they had won, allowing the Four Seas Escort Agency to return to 5th place. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Boundless Sea was frowning. As the target of Lin Yi's challenge, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency was in a dire situation. Not only did they lose a super golden core expert like Wu Baoliang, their points were also in danger. The entire Dragon Boat Escort Agency was in a precarious situation. This time they had no other choice but to let Chang Haonan fight personally. Even if he wanted to avoid it, he couldn't. Moreover, Ling Yi had delivered the opportunity to take revenge to him. How could he avoid it? With a solemn expression, Chang Haonan slowly walked onto the stage. This time, in order to take care of the audience, the conference had finally arranged for a backup challenge arena. Although the security measures were not as strict as the original one, as long as it wasn't like Lin Yi and Wu Baoliang's previous attacks, there shouldn't be a problem. Since you want to die, I'll be merciful and grant your wish, Chang Haonan said coldly as he looked at Lin Yi. Although he said that, he was still extremely vigilant. Although Wu Baoliang was slightly weaker than him, the difference between the two wasn't that big. Especially when the opponent used the Thousand Sand Burst Fist, even he had to be careful. If he was even slightly careless, he would suffer a huge loss and he might even fail miserably. Chapter 4480. Bastard! I will make you pay the price. My son's death will be paid in blood today. Chang Haonan's already ugly face instantly turned livid, but he was much more shrewd than Wu Baoliang. Even if he was furious, he would not show it too much. If he was flustered and exasperated, he would only mess up and follow in Wu Baoliang's footsteps. Plus or minus Apex novel. Haha. Then you seem to have found the wrong person. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not expect this guy to blame Chang Keqian's death on him, but he did not mention that it was the divine nun of the Eastern Sea who did it. This self-deceiving ostrich mentality was really funny. Humph, if you didn't sow discord, would something have happened to my son? No matter what, you have to die today. As he spoke, Chang Haonan's violent aura suddenly calmed down for some reason. Other than his ferocious expression, he seemed no different from an ordinary person at first glance. Then go ahead and give it a try. Lin Yi was still calm, but his heart tightened. He could not help but reevaluate the opponent in front of him with caution. He was not afraid that his opponent would become flustered or even mad. However, his current state was like a bloodthirsty beast suddenly holding back its aura. This was a sign that he was targeting his prey. It was extremely dangerous. Although he did not know his opponent's exact strength, it was enough to tell that Chang Haonan, the boss of the Poison Eye mercenary group, was far more difficult to deal with than Wu Baoliang. Under Chang Haonan's influence, the domineering aura that Lin Yi had revealed when he killed Wu Baoliang also became more reserved and deep. His intuition told Lin Yi that the opponent in front of him was not the kind of existence that could be crushed in one move. He had to be careful. The fifth challenge between the head of the escort agency, Ling Yi of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency against Chang Haonan of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, begin. After whetting the audience's appetite, the referee immediately announced the start of the match. As soon as he finished speaking, on the arena, the two figures disappeared at the same time. The audience was shocked. It seemed that both of them had adopted the same strategy, which was to strike first. The two silhouettes were extremely fast, and there were blurry afterimages everywhere on the stage. For a moment, many people couldn't even find their real bodies. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked and absent-minded. This kind of speed had long surpassed the limit of a golden core stage expert. In their eyes, it wasn't strange at all that Lin Yi had such strength. After all, his heaven-defying performance just now had left a deep impression in their hearts. What they didn't expect was, Chang Haonan of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency was actually an expert of this level. In the previous battle, Chang Haonan had been deliberately hiding his strength, causing everyone to think that he was just SOSO. Unexpectedly, this guy was only at the peak of the Gold Core realm, but in fact he was also comparable to the masters of the Yuanying realm. First it was Wu Baoliang and now it was Chang Haonan. Everyone could not help but discuss. This unknown Dragon Boat Escort Agency really had some hidden talents. Bang! While everyone was guessing, the two had already begun their first exchange of blows. Both sides did not use their trump cards right from the start, and were extremely cautious in probing each other's strength. This guy was really strong. Lin Yi's heart sank. Although it was just a probing attack, the 29 styles of the Raging Fire 8 trigrams palm that he used was definitely not weak. However, it was easily blocked by his opponent. It seemed that he had done it with ease. More importantly, his opponent did not use any powerful martial arts. It was just ordinary punches and kicks. From this alone, it was enough to determine that Chang Haonan's absolute strength was definitely much stronger than Wu Baoliang's. At least, his strength foundation was far from what Wu Baoliang could compare to. Wu Baoliang's strength lay only in his Raging Sand Thousand Bursting Fist. As long as one could break this fatal killer move, one would find that his own strength was actually not that strong. However, Chang Haonan was different. His strength foundation was much more solid, and his punches and kicks were extremely powerful. Without a killer move like the Raging Sand Thousand Bursting Fist, someone like Wu Baoliang would not even be qualified to fight with him. At most, he would be knocked down in one blow without any suspense. While Lin Yi was feeling fearful, Chang Haonan on the other side could not help but mutter. After fighting with Wu Baoliang for 3 consecutive rounds, he thought that Lin Yi's vital energy should have been almost depleted. It would be amazing if he had 50% or 60% of his strength left. He did not expect him to still have so much vital energy and not show any signs of fatigue. No wonder he could kill the military advisor. This kid's strength is indeed extraordinary. Chang Haonan secretly frowned. Unlike an expert like Wu Baoliang who only pursued powerful martial arts, Lin Yi started with ordinary punches and kicks and had always been good at it. His foundation was much deeper than ordinary people, and it could be said that he was well versed in it. He could easily see the opponent's foundation with just a glance. If Wu Baoliang's foundation was 10 points, then Lin Yi's foundation was at least 30 points or even 50 points. They were not on the same level, especially when both of their martial arts techniques were similar. Wu Baoliang's defeat was a sure thing. No wonder the situation just now was one-sided. After a probing exchange of moves, the threat in each other's hearts instantly increased by a level. At the same time they rejoiced inwardly. Fortunately, they didn't underestimate their opponent just now. Otherwise they might really have suffered a great loss, and it would be too late for regrets. Looking at Chang Haonan, who was still restraining his aura, Lin Yi's mind raced as he calculated the next strategy to deal with the enemy. According to his past experience, the better the foundation of an expert, the less likely it was to show flaws, especially the kind that could be fatal in one blow. Facing such an opponent, he had to be prepared to fight against a fighting machine because a fighting machine would not make mistakes. Similarly, people like Chang Haonan would not make mistakes. As such, there were very few strategies for Lin Yi to choose from. He only had 2 choices. He could either fight with his opponent with endurance and ensure that he did not make any mistakes and wait for his opponent to make a mistake, or he could fight with his strength and use his most powerful killer move to end the battle in one blow. These 2 choices had their pros and cons. The former seemed more reliable, but it was extremely difficult. Once his endurance was not as good as his opponent, he would be the first to reveal a flaw, and he would be in trouble. As for the latter, it was extremely risky. Once he used this strategy, there were only 2 possibilities. Either he could kill his opponent in one blow, which was the most ideal situation, or he could let his opponent take the blow. Then Lin Yi would definitely be unlucky and suffer a fatal backlash. Chapter 4481. After a little consideration, Lin Yi quickly made a decision. He would first try to entangle with Cheng Haonan. Anyway, there was a continuous supply of genuine qi in the space of the jade pendant. In terms of endurance alone, if Lin Yi claimed to be the second in the world, no one would dare to claim to be the first in the world. Even if he faced Cheng Haonan, he had enough advantages. Moreover, Lin Yi's self-control had always been extremely strong. If he really wanted to do it flawlessly, it was not impossible. On the other hand, the second strategy was obviously risking his life. Lin Yi had never been a gambler. Unless it was a last resort, he would never gamble his life with others. With a plan in mind, Lin Yi's next move was naturally very clear. While using butterfly subtle steps to maintain his body movement, he used various martial arts techniques to deal with the opponent. Frenzy 8 trigram palm, frenzy fist, frenzy thousand kicks, etc. All kinds of martial arts techniques were used one after another. There was basically no pause. If it was someone else doing this, they would be the first to exhaust their genuine qi before they could kill the opponent. After all, no matter how majestic the genuine qi foundation was, there was always a limit. However, Lin Yi obviously did not have this concern. In contrast, Cheng Haonan was far less extravagant than Lin Yi. He had never used any particularly powerful martial arts techniques. He was purely using ordinary punches and kicks to deal with it. However, although it was said to be ordinary punches and kicks, the power was actually not trivial. Even compared with these martial arts techniques of Lin Yi, he was not at a disadvantage at all. The more Lin Yi fought, the more shocked he became. He'd never been in a situation like this before. His opponent was only using normal punches and kicks, yet he was able to fight him head-on when he was at full power. He even had the upper hand. If he did not experience it personally, this kind of thing was almost unimaginable. However, after a few stalemates, Lin Yi also more or less touched a little of the essence of the opponent's punches and kicks. The key was that this was not purely ordinary punches and kicks, but some genuine qi was poured into it. Of course, the amount of true qi Cheng Haonan infused into each of his punches and kicks was not much. Otherwise, the gains would not make up for the losses. In that case, he might as well just use martial arts techniques. After all, martial arts techniques existed to maximize the power of true qi, and the amount of true qi Cheng Haonan infused into his punches and kicks was far from the limit of martial arts techniques. However, although the amount of true qi the opponent exerted on his fists and legs was small, it was all used on the blade. Just that tiny bit of true energy had actually caused the might of his fists and legs to obtain a qualitative increase, and it was even to the extent that it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to most ordinary martial techniques. Such ability was simply miraculous. This Cheng Haonan was indeed worthy of being the boss of the Poison Eye mercenary group. To be able to become a formidable character, he was indeed not simple. Although Wu Baoliang's violent Sand Thousand Bursting Fist was powerful, Lin Yi was only afraid of the move itself. He didn't care much about Wu Baoliang himself. However, now that he was facing Cheng Haonan, even if the other party was an enemy that he had to kill, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration in his heart. This person brought him pressure. It was far above Wu Baoliang's. Because Cheng Haonan's momentum wasn't as astonishing as Wu Baoliang's, the audience couldn't feel the strength of Cheng Haonan as clearly as Lin Yi. Watching the fast-paced exchange of various moves on the stage, they felt that the two sides were evenly matched. Instead, they felt that the two sides were evenly matched, and they were fighting to their heart's content. Even Qi Wenhan felt this way, and he couldn't control his emotions as he watched. However, Steward Song, who was standing beside him, subtly shook his head. If this continued, young Hero Ling might not be able to survive. It wasn't just him. In the distance, Black Eagle escort agencies Zhao Shaning, Qi Mingyuan, Boundless Sea, and the others on the judging panel were all people with keen eyesight. At this moment, in the seemingly evenly matched stalemate, it was clear who was superior. Although it wasn't very obvious, there was no doubt that Lin Yi was being suppressed by Cheng Haonan. On Qi Mingyuan's side, a worried expression appeared on Boundless Sea's face. As long as Cheng Haonan could successfully take care of Lin Yi, then the plan would go back on track. Everything would still be under control, and his 4C's escort agency would still have the chance to laugh to the end. Lin Yi's disadvantage wasn't obvious at the start, but as the pace of attack and defense became faster and faster, An opening immediately appeared. Although Lin Yi had the powerful backing of the Jade Pendant space and wasn't afraid of any qi consumption, the problem was that even the most convenient martial arts technique needed to store qi during the process of using it. It was just a difference in the amount of time needed to store qi. Using all kinds of powerful martial arts repeatedly allowed Lin Yi to maintain a huge pressure on Chang Haonan, but at the same time he unknowingly exposed an unavoidable opening. Rhythm. Every martial art technique needed to store qi, which meant that Lin Yi couldn't increase the pace of attack and defense too quickly, because there was bound to be a period of rest in between. No matter how short the time Lin Yi compressed, in the end it was still unavoidable. In comparison, Chang Haonan, who only used normal punches and kicks, didn't have this worry at all. Chang Haonan clearly grasped this opening, so he thought of ways to increase the pace. Once the pace exceeded Lin Yi's upper limit, then the fight would completely fall into his control. The current situation was clearly tilting in this direction. More and more people gradually began to realize that Chang Haonan had the advantage all this time, and his advantage was rapidly expanding. Bang! Once again the Wildfire 8 trigrams palm, which he was so proud of, was blocked by the opponent's normal punches and kicks. Seeing Chang Haonan's unharmed appearance, Lin Yi's heart couldn't help but sink. This was the 30 forms of the Wildfire 8 trigrams palm, and its power was not to be underestimated. Even Chang Haonan didn't dare to take it head-on just a moment ago, but now he could deal with it so easily. This was the difference in pace. Now this pace had far exceeded Lin Yi's upper limit. Without time to store strength, it caused a powerful martial art like the Wildfire 8 trigrams palm to lose its original power. This was a very dangerous signal. At the beginning of the duel, Chang Haonan's aura was still very restrained, like a fierce beast withdrawing its claws. But now Lin Yi clearly felt that the opponent's pressure was getting stronger and stronger. That extremely dangerous aura was also becoming more and more obvious, like the fierce beast was about to bare its claws. No, he had to quickly get rid of this rhythm or he would lose without a doubt. Lin Yi wasn't an idiot. There was no way he'd stick to his original strategy in a situation like this. It was a dead end, and so the situation forced him to make a change. He'd bet his life on it, and he'd give it his all. Chapter 4482. It was better to be safe than sorry. Even though he had the upper hand now, he did not let his guard down at all. However, Lin Yi's next action made Chang Haonan's eyelids twitch. A familiar blazing flame soared into the sky. Lin Yi had used the 1,000 frenzied flame fist that killed Wu Baoliang just now. Although it was a new move that he had just mastered in terms of power, the 1,000 frenzied flame fist was still above Lin Yi's frenzied 8 trigrams palm. It was enough to replace it as his trump card. Now that he had reached this critical juncture, it was time to show his strongest trump card. The 1,000 frenzied flame fist was extremely powerful. At this moment, Chang Haonan was too close to Lin Yi. He was almost instantly enveloped by it without any chance to react. Watching the two figures become blurred in the soaring flame, the audience could not help but be in an uproar. The scene of Lin Yi killing Wu Baoliang with one move had left a deep impression on them. In an instant they all changed their views. So what if Chang Haonan had the upper hand? He had a powerful trump card that could turn the tables. No matter how big the previous advantage was, it was just fleeting clouds. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, loud explosions reverberated throughout the entire Devil Lung city. After witnessing the three shocking duels, although the crowd was already used to this kind of earth-shattering scene, they still couldn't help but reveal a look of awe. After all, if they were to face such a terrifying technique, they would definitely die without a doubt, and they wouldn't even have a chance to survive. Everyone thought that the competition would end here, and that Chang Haonan would follow in Wu Baoliang's footsteps. However, at this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look!" Following the direction that this person pointed, everyone's eyes fell on a figure in the middle of the arena. As they could not see his face clearly, they could not tell whether this person was Lin Yi or Chang Haonan. However, there was one thing that was quite strange. This person faintly exuded a layer of black gas. This black aura felt exactly the same as Wu Baoliang's, but the scale was much smaller. Wu Baoliang's black aura was overwhelming, but this person's black aura only covered a thin layer around his body. No one knew what it was for, but at least the audience could see it more clearly because of this. The frenzied flame 1,000 explosive fists were in full swing at this moment. However, the figure shrouded in black gas was like a ghost scurrying around the stage. His speed was so fast that it made people dumbfounded. And the most speechless thing was, even though this figure wasn't able to completely dodge the 1,000 heavy explosions, he was able to dodge over 80% of it. Even Zhao Shanning Boundless Sea and Qi Mingyuan couldn't help but sigh at his godly reaction speed. There was no doubt that the figure covered in black gas was Chang Haonan. Apart from not having a powerful martial skill like the violent Sand-Thousand Bursting Fist, the strength that this guy displayed in other aspects was definitely at a super high level, especially the body technique that was mainly based on ordinary punches and kicks. He was in existence like a monster, truly intimidating. With just ordinary body technique, he was able to exchange blows with Lin Yi, who was using all kinds of powerful martial skills. Moreover, he was able to gain the upper hand and suppress Lin Yi in all aspects. This in itself was already very exaggerated, but now, Chang Haonan truly showed everyone what it meant by there was no strongest, only stronger. Seeing the opponent quickly pass through the 1,000 heavy explosions like a demon god, as the distance got closer and closer, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly focused. He didn't dare to hold back any longer. Without any hesitation, he gathered all the fire crystals that were in the middle of the sky-high flames and detonated them at the same time. This was actually very dangerous. Even though the explosion of the fire crystals was under Lin Yi's control, he couldn't completely avoid this incomparably terrifying destructive power. He would still be affected by the explosion, but now that he was covered in frenzied flames, he could avoid some of the damage to a certain extent. However, even so, this was still a really dangerous move. It was inevitable that he would be injured, and it was completely damaging to himself. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yi would never do this. However, at this point he had no other choice. Boom! A super shocking loud noise not only shook the entire Devil Lung city, but even the surrounding Devil Lung Sea was stirred up. It was a horrifying scene, as if the end of the world was about to come. As a result, those who were still stranded in the sea who didn't know what was going on all fled in panic, fearing that they would be buried in the sea. Even the surrounding sea was in such a state, and the spectators in the Devil Lung Square who were watching from a close distance were even more unlikely to be spared. They were affected by the air waves that gushed out from the arena, and the whole square was immediately thrown into a mess. Those who were slightly weaker even turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering internal injuries from the shock. The South Continent Escort Agency Festival had been held for so many years, and all kinds of life and death duels in the arena had long been a common sight. There were also some eye-catching duels between the strong. However, even a 5-on-5 team battle had never caused such a terrifying commotion, and it was unheard of for someone to suffer internal injuries while watching a competition. It had to be said that this year's South Continent Escort Agency Festival was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. At least, gold core stage experts like Lin Yi, Chang Haonan, and Wu Baoliang were definitely unprecedented. Basically, there would be no one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. In the midst of the chaos, the soaring flames on the arena suddenly dimmed, and then a figure was seen flying out and falling into the panicked crowd, causing a commotion. Brother Ling. Qi Wenhan's eyelids twitched, and he quickly rushed over to support the person. It was Lin Yi. I'm fine. Lin Yi smiled somewhat reluctantly. After taking a deep look at Chang Haonan on the arena, he immediately began to meditate to heal his injuries. In fact, the injuries he suffered this time were much more serious than when he was beaten by Wu Baoliang. After all, he had used his true qi to protect himself in advance, and Wu Baoliang did not use his full strength. However, this time he suffered a backlash when he used the frenzied 1,000 explosive fists. Even if he was prepared, he could not fully defend himself, so his injuries were naturally much more serious. Fortunately, the injuries this time were not from a direct hit by Chang Haonan, but from his own 1,000 crushing fists at the last moment. Therefore, as long as he treated his injuries in time, it would not be a big problem. Injuries were not a problem. The real problem now was what to do next. Although Chang Haonan, who was standing on the arena, had also suffered some injuries from the 1,000 crushing fists just now, because he had dodged quickly, his injuries were much lighter than Lin Yi's. The fact that he could still calmly stand on the arena was a clear proof. Chapter 4483. He would also not let go of this great opportunity to avenge his son. Everyone understood the simple logic of taking advantage of someone's weakness. Greater than over equal to therefore, Chang Haonan would definitely continue to challenge the Equal Heaven Escort Agency. The disparity in strength was obvious. Qi Wenhan would be courting death if he went up. This kind of death was meaningless, so Lin Yi could only go up himself. But the problem was, even if Lin Yi went up himself again, what could he use to deal with such a strong opponent? Chang Haonan was different from Wu Baoliang. Not only was Chang Haonan stronger, but he was even more undefeatable. Facing Wu Baoliang's 1,000 sand explosion fists, Lin Yi could still use it as his own, giving him a taste of his own medicine. This kind of miraculous technique could be used against Wu Baoliang, but against Chang Haonan it was pure nonsense. Not to mention that Chang Haonan's super strong physical skill was not limited to one move and could not be imitated in a short period of time. Even if Lin Yi could really do it, there was no way he could use this method to fight against his opponent. After all, the difference in strength was too big. They were not on the same level at all. Using one's weakness to attack the enemy's strength, wasn't that asking for trouble? He could not do that. His previous experience had given Lin Yi a clear hint. Entangling with Chang Haonan and exhausting his strength would not work. There was only one way left, and that was to use the most powerful killer move to decide the outcome. Since the Raging Flame 1,000 Bursting Fist did not work, then he only had one last trump card, a super bomb that combined Dan Fire and Qi. This was the only solution that Lin Yi could think of. However, time was limited. At most, he only had the time to burn a stick of incense. Moreover, he had to spend some time to heal. In the remaining time, whether or not he could condense a powerful enough super bomb, Lin Yi had no idea. But no matter what, this was the last feasible solution. He could only wait until he went up on stage and think of a way to delay for a while. The situation was critical, and Lin Yi was using every second he had to prepare for the fight. Qi Wenhan and the others beside him were anxious, but they didn't dare to disturb him. They could only wait at the side. If it really didn't work, they could only let Qi Wenhan, the young master, risk his life to save the situation. At the same time, everyone's eyes were focused on Chang Haonan. Although they had already guessed what he was going to say, they still needed him to say it himself. Chang Haonan's gaze swept across everyone with a deep meaning. He deliberately paused on Lin Yi for a long time before he finally said, "I've decided to challenge Junwei Escort Agency." As soon as he said that, everyone in the audience was shocked, especially Qi Wenhan, who had already started walking towards the arena. Hearing Chang Haonan's words, he couldn't help but stagger and almost fall. He looked at Chang Haonan with an expression of disbelief. As for Qi Mingyuan and the others, they were all shocked into a daze, and couldn't speak for a long time. Junwei Escort Agency? Lin Yi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground to heal, raised his eyebrows. Why did this guy suddenly let me go and challenge Junwei Escort Agency? Could it be that he had a deep grudge against the Junwei Escort Agency? As for this Junwei Escort Agency, Lin Yi basically didn't know much about it. He only knew that it was a middle-ranked escort agency. Its strength was neither strong nor weak, and it kept a low profile. It didn't have a particularly outstanding style, and it belonged to the kind of existence that was easily forgotten in the corner. If it hadn't been suddenly called out by Chang Haonan in public, not to mention Lin Yi, many of the senior figures of the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance might not have remembered it for a while. It turned out that there was such an unknown invisible escort agency. After being called out by Chang Haonan, the chief escort of Junwei Escort Agency was stunned for a long time before he finally reacted. His face suddenly looked as if he had lost his parents. He had a miserable expression as if his parents had died. There was no grievance in the past and there was no hatred recently. Why did such a bloody thing suddenly happen to him? Looking at the chief escort's unexpectedly broken expression, Lin Yi knew that this was probably not a personal grudge, but Chang Haonan had changed his strategy. In fact, it was understandable after thinking about it. Lin Yi admitted that he didn't have enough confidence to deal with Chang Haonan, and Chang Haonan, who had just won a match, actually didn't have the confidence to say that he could defeat Lin Yi. Lin Yi's previous performance against Wu Baoliang left the deepest impression on others, and at the same time it was also the most interesting thing to talk about. Lin Yi gave him a taste of his own medicine. However, Chang Haonan also noticed another important clue. This guy had an immortal physique like a cockroach, and an endless supply of physical strength and vital energy. Although it was very unbelievable, this was indeed the conclusion that Chang Haonan had just observed. Previously, after being defeated by Wu Baoliang for the first time, he only rested for 30 minutes. When Ling Yi went on stage again, not only did he not have any injuries, but his vital energy was also very abundant. Especially the latter point, whether it was in the two battles with Wu Baoliang or the battle with himself just now, it was vividly reflected. This kid gave people the feeling that he was like a monster with endless vital energy, which could not be measured by common sense. Injuries could recover quickly, and vital energy was endless. Facing such a heaven-defying opponent, even though Chang Haonan had just won a match, he still didn't have any confidence in his heart. His opponent was not afraid of exhaustion, but he was. Although he was a master of physical skills, and the amount of vital energy consumed in each punch and kick was extremely low, it seemed to be negligible, and he could withstand the exhaustion far more than ordinary masters. However, once it was sustained for a long time, his vital energy would eventually be exhausted. Just now, in the fierce battle with Lin Yi, especially when he was forced to use his trump card, the blackening of his entire body, at least 50% of his vital energy had been consumed. The blackening of his entire body was a unique skill that Chang Haonan had painstakingly practiced in recent years, after he became a heretic cultivator. By stimulating the meridians and acupoints in his body with evil energy, it made his already strong physical skills even more invincible and domineering. It gave people the feeling that he had instantly turned into a cheat. Chang Haonan, who was in the blackening state, was enough to crush most masters at the peak of the middle stage of the nascent soul stage. Such a powerful move naturally consumed an extraordinary amount of vital energy. Therefore, unless he was serious, Chang Haonan would usually not easily use this state. Firstly, he was afraid that the evil energy on his body would be seen by others. Secondly, he was afraid that he would consume too much vital energy, which would lead to weakness in the future. Now, Chang Haonan had less than half of his vital energy left, and he was also injured. If he were to face Lin Yi in his peak state again, he would almost certainly be at a disadvantage. Even if he won in the end, he would definitely be crippled, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 4484. He could only temporarily settle for the next best thing, and earn more points from the other escort agencies. After all, with his strength, even if he wasn't at his peak, he would still be able to kill as many Golden Core experts as he could without any suspense. As for seeking revenge on Lin Yi, as long as that punk was still in the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, as long as he was still in the Verdant Arc territorial waters, it wouldn't be difficult for Chang Haonan to find an opportunity in the future. There was no need to take the risk now. What happened next was as expected. The situation was completely under Chang Haonan's control. Although the high-ranking Golden Core cultivators of the other escort agencies were not weak, they were no different from ordinary passers-by in front of a monster like Chang Haonan. Chang Haonan was able to deal with them easily. To make it easier for him to farm points, Chang Haonan deliberately controlled his strength. He only knocked his opponent off the stage with one move. He had no intention of killing him. After all, according to the rules, once the Golden Core experts of these escort agencies died, they wouldn't be able to accept challenges like the other agencies. Naturally, Chang Haonan wouldn't be able to farm points from them. Seeing Chang Haonan's winning streak and the Dragon Boat escort agency's points rising, pushing the Four Seas escort agency out of the top 5, Boundless Sea looked like he had eaten shit. He wanted to cut this bastard into pieces. They had said that they would crush the Heavens Equal escort agency in one go. But now they had given up halfway through. Instead, they were focused on earning points, and the Four Seas escort agency had become the biggest victim. Why did these people only know how to make trouble for themselves? However, even though his stomach was about to explode, Boundless Sea couldn't do anything about it. Even if he was the head of the 5 judges and had the halo of the Southern Continent Escort Agency Grand Conference, he couldn't just stand out and interrupt the match, unless he had a reasonable excuse. Unfortunately, Chang Haonan continued to challenge and grind for points. Everything was done according to the rules he announced. Even if Boundless Sea squeezed water out of his brain, what excuse could he come up with? He couldn't say it was a loophole in the rules, could he? Wouldn't that be slapping his own face? Boundless Sea was so regretful that his scalp was about to fall off. On the other hand, Lin Yi and the others were happy for Chang Haonan to do this. After all, no matter how easy it was for Chang Haonan to farm points, he couldn't avoid the consumption of qi. It was just a little more or a little less. The more points he earned, the more qi he used up, and Lin Yi, who was meditating off the stage, had more time to condense the super bomb, and that was how Lin Yi's advantage was. If Chang Haonan was tactful enough not to challenge the equal of Heaven Escort Agency, then so be it. However, if he lost his cool, the consequences would be dire. As a result, Lin Yi Qi won Han, and the others were able to sit back and relax. After 2 wins and 2 losses, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency still had 1,070 points. Even if Chang Haonan were to grind points like this, it wouldn't be easy for him to catch up. After all, under the current challenge rules, farming points was not as easy as it seemed. It was actually a technical problem. Of course, Chang Haonan could choose not to kill his opponent and then challenge them again without any effort. But the problem was that the escort agencies he had targeted didn't have many points to speak of. Most of them only had 100 or 200 points. Some didn't even have 100 points. As soon as their points reached 0, they would be unconditionally eliminated. This meant that Chang Haonan could only farm 200 points at most from each escort agency. The weaker ones could only farm 100 points. After that, they would have to change targets and challenge a Golden Core expert at their peak condition. Strong was strong, but Chang Haonan wasn't made of iron. These Golden Core experts were able to become the higher-ups of their respective escort agencies. Which one of them was easy to deal with? In the beginning, Chang Haonan had an easy time farming points. However, as he consumed more and more qi, especially with the injuries left behind by Lin Yi, every time he faced an opponent at their peak condition, it was clear that he was unable to do as he wished. In the beginning, he could easily defeat his opponent in one move. But later, he had to spend the time of a jaw stick to burn before he could barely win. For a moment, the atmosphere became rather strange. Everyone could see that Chang Haonan was obviously exhausted and could not hold on much longer. But no one knew how much longer this fellow could last. After defeating 4 escort agencies in a row, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency's points had reached as high as 860 points. Not to mention the 4 Seas Escort Agency, even the Divine Wind Escort Agency, which was originally in second place, had been left far behind. The only suspense now was whether Chang Haonan could last until he overtook the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. If he could do that, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency would replace the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and become the biggest super dark horse in this year's South Continent Escort Agency Grand Event. It would also lock in the position of hegemon of the escort agencies and open a new chapter. If he could not do that, the result would be a little intriguing. This was because Chang Haonan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If he could not maintain a strong winning streak, it was very likely that he would be targeted by the escort agency that had obtained the right to challenge him. When that time came, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency would very likely have to cough up all the points they had earned little by little. Haha. Chang Haonan is riding a tiger now, it's hard to get off now. Serves him right. Qi Wenhan said to Lin Yi with a relaxed expression. He was instantly in a good mood when he thought this through. Yes, he is indeed a little too greedy. If he had stopped in time when he reached second place, he would not have fallen into such a passive situation, Lin Yi said with a nod. That's right. If he had stopped earlier, then he would have been able to preserve enough physical strength and Zhan Qi. With the terrifying strength he had displayed before, even if the right to challenge fell into the hands of other escort agencies, they would not dare to attack the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. So, it could be said that he could sleep peacefully. But now, if he had stopped in time, he could have preserved enough physical strength and true qi. With the terrifying strength he had displayed previously, even if the right to challenge fell into the hands of other escort agencies, they would not dare to attack the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. So, he could be said to be free of worries. But now? Qi Wenhan sneered. As the two of them spoke, Chang Haonan once again challenged a new escort agency. Facing the other party's Golden Core stage executives in their peak condition, he could only brace himself and continue to fight. He had no other choice. At this time the sky was already dark. Bright torches were lit everywhere in the magic cold square. At the same time, many fluorites were set up in advance. Not only was the light not dimmer than it was in the evening, but it was also much brighter. It did not affect the competition at all. Chapter 4485. At that time, the ranking of the 32 escort agencies would finally be settled. Before that, there were still many variables that could not be determined. Chung Haonan was still persevering. From the moment he defeated Lin Yi in the afternoon, the entire South Continent Escort Agency Grand Event had become his one-man show. The others could do nothing about it and could only sit and watch from the sidelines. There was nothing they could do about it. The right to challenge was firmly in Chung Haonan's hands. This guy is actually using this trick? Lin Yi watched Chung Haonan's movements in the arena, and the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. Stalling for time? That's too shameless. Qi Wenhan also saw through Chung Haonan's plan and could not help but be speechless. It was not just the two of them. At that moment, the entire audience was discussing it. At this moment, Chung Haonan had deliberately slowed down the pace of his attacks and defenses. In order to preserve as much strength as possible while stalling for time, he had actually adopted a passive strategy of only defending and not attacking. Such a domineering and powerful existence was actually forced to use such a despicable strategy. It was truly lamentable. Although Chung Haonan seemed to be running out of genuine qi and was somewhat lacking in strength, his formidable strength was still there. If he really wanted to be passive and avoid the battle, even Qi Wenhan, who was known as the small invincible Golden Core realm, would not necessarily be able to gain the upper hand, let alone the average Golden Core expert. Unless the opponent was changed to Lin Yi, it would be more likely. However, this was impossible. Chung Haonan had been firmly holding on to the right to challenge, and his biggest concern was that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency would obtain the right to challenge. To him, that would be the real disaster. Passively fighting until the time for a jaw stick to burn was almost up, then suddenly exploding and knocking the opponent off the arena. Chung Haonan was now extremely stingy with the use of genuine qi. Every bit of it had to be calculated carefully, and absolutely not a single bit was wasted. After all, to him, whether or not he could retreat in one piece today all depended on the success of this stalling strategy. If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. This kind of battle was really not worth watching at all. The audience below the stage were all yawning endlessly. If it wasn't for the strict rule of not interfering with the progress of the competition, they would have already thrown things onto the stage. What kind of bullshit was this? Time passed bit by bit, and Chung Haonan's delaying tactic finally succeeded in dragging it to the end. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning, and everyone's eyes were automatically focused on the referees. They really couldn't stand this kind of boring and drowsy match any longer. As the chief judge of this year's conference, Boundless Sea's expression had completely sunk. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could slap Chung Haonan into mincemeat. According to his original plan, he was prepared to play some tricks during the second lot drawing and snatch the right to challenge from the 4 Seas Escort Agency. Then, he would challenge others to earn some points. Even if it did not go according to his ideal plan, it would at least make the situation look better for his escort agency. However, this time, because of Chung Haonan's shameless delaying tactic, just by relying on himself, he had dragged it until the hour of the 9 o'clock. How could he have the time now? Looking at Chung Haonan's exhausted appearance, he looked like he was about to run out of oil. Boundless Sea wanted to drag it out a bit more. In any case, the conference only said that it would end at the hour of the 9 o'clock. It didn't say whether it would end at the beginning or end of the 9 o'clock. However, facing the anxious gazes of everyone below the stage, if he really did that, Boundless Sea had no doubt that he would definitely become the target of everyone's criticism. If everyone spat on him, he would be drowned alive. Helpless, Boundless Sea could only brace himself and walk to the center. Beside him, Qi Mingyuan and the others all had mocking expressions on their faces. This chief judge's 4 Seas Escort Agency had always been used to swaggering around. They had always acted like the overlord of the escort agencies, but now they were only a measly 6th in points. The dignified hegemon of the escort agency, who fought on their home turf, had lost to the 5 major escort agencies in the blink of an eye. This was simply unprecedented. This time, the 4 Seas Escort Agency would really be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Because of time constraints, this year's Southern Continent Escort Agency Conference has come to an end. Boundless Sea's first sentence made everyone let out a sigh of relief. Each and every one of them had expressions of relief. Fuck, this pain in the ass match had finally come to an end. The audience immediately began to discuss amongst themselves. Right now, on the point rankings, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was still in first place with 1070 points. The Dragon Boat Escort Agency was in second place with 960 points. Third, fourth, and fifth place were Divine Wind Escort Agency, Great Sky Escort Agency, and Black Eagle Escort Agency. As for the Four Seas Escort Agency, they had been forced out of the top 5, settling at 6th place. Among them, the most exciting was the battle for first place between the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. These two escort agencies originated from the Wayark Sea territory, and their points were so high that all the other escort agencies could only look up to them in the dust. Most importantly, the difference between the two agencies was only 110 points. The Dragon Boat Escort Agency had chased after them for an entire afternoon, but in the end, they still fell short. It could only be said that this was the will of the heavens. Qi Mingyuan, Qi Wenhan, and even Lin Yi couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Their faces were filled with excitement. Even now, they still couldn't believe that their Heavens Equal Escort Agency had actually managed to take the lead all the way to the end, becoming the overlord of the escort agencies. In the Southern Continent Sea Territory, this position was equivalent to the leader of the righteous path. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the #1 power in the Southern Continent Sea Territory. Who wouldn't be excited by such an honor? As for the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, although it was a pity that they didn't manage to overtake the Heavens Equal Escort Agency in the end, they had risen from a small, unknown agency to become the high and mighty second agency. If Long Kiba wasn't satisfied with such a heaven-defying result, then he would really be drowned by everyone's spittle. This was just like a student's exam in the secular world. A straight-A student would sigh all day and say that he couldn't do well in his exams. In the end, when the results came out, he got second place in the whole school. How the fucking hell were the other slackers supposed to live? Looking at the big winners of this South Continent's Escort Agency Grand Meet, other than the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, the next biggest winner was the Black Eagle Escort Agency. Although it had the predecessor of the Yuantong Escort Agency, it was still a newly established escort agency after all. To be able to become one of the top 5 escort agencies in their first Grand Meet was definitely a cause for celebration, and there were no regrets to speak of. On the other hand, the biggest loser was undoubtedly the Four Seas Escort Agency. As the overlord of the escort agencies, they had fallen to 6th place. From now on, the Four Seas Escort Agency would become the laughingstock of everyone. The era that belonged to the Four Seas Escort Agency was gone forever. Chapter 4486. Feeling everyone's mocking gazes, Boundless Sea, who had become the center of attention, couldn't help but feel his face heat up. He was so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. Unfortunately, there was no such hole in the ground. Even if Boundless Sea wanted to hide, there was no place for him to do so. Of course, with his personality, he definitely wouldn't give up just like that. According to the rules of the conference, it was time for the chief judge to give a concluding speech. However, now that the Four Seas Escort Agency couldn't even enter the 5 Great Escort Agency, the title of chief judge naturally couldn't remain in Boundless Sea's hands. Letting the new overlord, Qi Mingyuan, speak was what everyone wanted. However, Boundless Sea clearly didn't plan on giving up his position just like that. With a solemn expression, he continued, "Even though the competition has ended, there is still an extremely important matter that I need to announce to everyone." What the hell is this guy doing? Qi Mingyuan had already stood up and was about to go on stage, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He looked at each other in confusion. According to my observations, someone has cheated in this year's conference and used dishonorable methods to compete. This has brought shame to the fairness of the conference, so severe punishment must be meted out. Boundless Sea's words were stern and righteous. After rousing everyone's emotions, he loudly announced, "As the chief judge, I now revoke the points of Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and Dragon Boat Escort Agency, and expel them from the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance. From now on, they will never participate in the conference again." What? The first and second place escort agencies are both disqualified? The crowd instantly went into an uproar. The entire Magicling Plaza instantly erupted. Everyone who had been drowsy from watching the competition suddenly became alert and shouted the same question. What's going on? Even the onlookers were so excited, let alone Qi Mingyuan and the others who bore the brunt of it. They all looked at Boundless Sea with the same expression. Is this guy fucking crazy? Playing this kind of trick because he can't afford to lose? Who does he think he is? He's just a stray dog who lost his position as the overlord of the escort agencies. He can't even enter the 5 great escort agency, yet he still has the face to say that he is the chief judge of the conference and even dares to declare that the first 2 agencies will be disqualified and permanently expelled from the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance? Qi Mingyuan and the others were shocked, but Long Qiba and Chang Haonan were shocked. Apart from their ugly expressions, their hearts couldn't help but thump. Neither of them were idiots. From Boundless Sea's tone, they could faintly guess what he was planning. The crowd was about to go out of control. Boundless Sea wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he was secretly delighted. In his opinion, the more agitated these people were, the better. The more agitated they were, the easier it would be for him to guide them. Once the crowd became agitated, everyone present would become a spear in his hand. Wherever he pointed, the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency would not be able to escape. In fact, in his original plan, this trump card was only meant to be used against the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. However, after recalling the course of the competition, suddenly, a bright idea struck him. He might as well go all the way and crush the 2 escort agencies. He had no choice but to do this, even though he had killed a Dragon Boat Escort Agency. His 4 Seas Escort Agency would be able to rise back into the ranks of the 5 great escort agencies. At the very least, he wouldn't lose too much face. However, this wouldn't change the fact that the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency had become the hegemon of the escort agencies. Boundless Sea had all sorts of conflicts with the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency. In the future, if Qi Mingyuan became the leader, his fate could be imagined. His days definitely wouldn't be easy, so no matter what, he had to think of a way to destroy the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency. Now that he had a rare opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, it would be strange if he didn't take it. Boundless Sea, how exactly did my Equal of Heaven Escort Agency cheat? How did we use unfair methods to compete? You'd better tell me clearly in front of everyone. Otherwise, we'll have to fight to the death today. Qi Mingyuan slowly walked in front of Boundless Sea. His tone was calm, but his killing intent was chilling. Boundless Sea's words meant that he had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Since the other side had already drawn the line, he naturally wouldn't back down. If Boundless Sea couldn't give a satisfactory explanation, he wouldn't hesitate to fight to the death with the 4 Seas Escort Agency. Qi Mingyuan had started from scratch. In the dangerous waters of the southern continent, he had single-handedly brought the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency to glory. How could such an ambitious and ruthless person be easy to deal with? Even if their foundation wasn't as strong as the 4 Seas Escort Agency, when it came to bravery and courage, the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency definitely wouldn't lose to anyone here. Head Escort Qi is right. Boundless Sea, why do you speak like you're farting? No matter what, you're still the previous hegemon of the escort agency. Are you really that bad at losing? You dropped out of the top 5 and you're already acting like a shameless villain? Isn't that too laughable? Long Qiba chimed in. He and Qi Mingyuan had an irreconcilable grudge. Unless he had no other choice, he definitely wouldn't be willing to go along with Qi Mingyuan's words. He wanted to be more strong-willed, but the problem was that he had a guilty conscience. With the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency acting as a shield, he still had a chance to bluff his way through. If he was singled out, he would undoubtedly die. Qi Mingyuan and Long Qiba's simultaneous attacks made everyone's gazes towards Boundless Sea extremely playful. With his current situation, suddenly making such a slanderous accusation to drag down the number 1 and number 2 escort agencies, anyone would feel that Boundless Sea's motives were impure. After all, the 4 Seas Escort Agency had fallen out of the top 5. Such a humiliating matter had happened to the 4 Seas Escort Agency. It was obvious that the 4 Seas Escort Agency was struggling at death's door. It wouldn't be strange for Boundless Sea to do anything at this time. However, his desire to destroy the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency was too much to be deceiving himself. In the eyes of at least 90% of the audience, Boundless Sea's actions were impossibly stupid. Not only would he not save the Four Seas Escort Agency, he would only push the Four Seas Escort Agency into an even more bottomless abyss. After all, ever since the Southern Continent Escort Agency's establishment, there had never been a situation where the number 1 and 2 escort agencies were eliminated. This was completely illogical. Everyone was in high spirits as they watched the show. In their eyes, this scene was much more interesting than the group arena. A match like Changhaonan's would make people sleepy, but this definitely wouldn't. Just based on Boundless Sea's previous words, this matter was destined to become the focal point of the entire Southern Continent. This was a rich topic of conversation. Boundless Sea remained calm despite being stared at by everyone. He had no intention of backing down. Chapter 4487. After all, he was used to being the overlord of an escort agency. No matter how despicable he was in private, he was always full of himself in public. You guys don't agree? Boundless Sea looked at Qi Mingyuan provocatively. As for Long Qiba and Changhaonan, he didn't even bother to look at them. In his eyes, they were already dead. Aha, you're still acting like the head judge. You're used to being the overlord of an escort agency. You're not going to let go even if you're beaten to death. Do you think we'll agree? Qi Mingyuan sneered. What about you guys? What do you think? Boundless Sea smiled nonchalantly and turned to look at Zhao Bufan and the others. If the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency were destroyed, the Four Seas Escort Agency would only rise from the 6th to the 4th place. However, the Divine Wind Escort Agency would rise from the 3rd place to the 1st place. The benefits they would receive would be much greater than the Four Seas Escort Agencies. Moreover, this was a rare opportunity for the other 5 escort agencies. The bosses of these escort agencies had always placed profit above all else. There was no need to guess what they would choose. As long as he could obtain their support, Boundless Sea would be invincible. Let alone the Dragon Boat Escorts. Even the Heavens Equal Escort Agency wouldn't be able to make a comeback. Everyone looked at Zhao Bufan and waited for the chief escort of Godwind Escort Agency to speak. He didn't disappoint them. He coughed and said loudly, letting Heavens Equal Escort Agency and Dragon Boat Escort Agency be eliminated. Chief Escort High really has a good plan. Unfortunately, I don't agree with you. I beg to differ? Boundless Sea was stunned. He didn't need to use any strength to become the overlord of an escort agency. This was a fat piece of meat that was delivered to his doorstep. How could he disagree? My opinion is the same as head escort Zhao's. Great Sky Escort Agency said. After listening to the two men's statements, everyone's gazes turned to Zhao Shannying with great interest. Currently, the Black Hawk Escort Agency was ranked 5th, and could be considered as one of the top 5 escort agencies in the country. My Black Eagle Escort Agency wouldn't do such a shameless and laughable thing, Zhao Shannying sneered. He curled his lips in disdain. Boundless Sea's expression instantly darkened. These 3 stance meant that none of the 5 great escort agency agreed. His position as the main judge was because Four Seas Escort Agency was ranked 6th. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem right. This was completely different from what he had expected. It wasn't what he had expected at all. It wasn't just Boundless Sea. Even Qi Mingyuan couldn't help but look at these people with astonishment. Even he didn't think that these big bosses of the escort agency would be so righteous at a time like this. The bystanders were all confused. But Zhao Bufan and the others knew that it wasn't because they found their conscience and changed their mindset. Especially Godwind Escort Company. If they said that they weren't tempted by the position of the head of the escort company, they would be lying to themselves. But the problem was that he didn't dare to take this hot potato. Boundless Sea dared to eliminate the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency with a single sentence. If the Divine Wind Escort Agency took over, wouldn't Boundless Sea do the same thing again? Wouldn't the Divine Wind Escort Agency be disqualified as well? It could be seen from everyone's mocking gazes. Boundless Sea's method was completely fooling around. It wasn't feasible at all. In this kind of situation, even if the Godwind Escort Agency got lucky, It would be a castle in the air. Not only would they offend the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and Dragon Boat Escort Agency, if something really happened, Boundless Sea could still push the blame onto them and make them the scapegoats. And he would stay out of it. After all, the Godwind Escort Agency was the biggest beneficiary. Boundless Sea's intentions couldn't be seen by others, but he wanted to hide it from these people's eyes. It was impossible. Not only did Zhao Bufan and the others not accept it, they even put on a righteous stance and made a false accusation. This unexpected reaction made Boundless Sea dumbfounded. He couldn't react for a long time. However, there was no turning back. Since Boundless Sea had already openly offended them, he couldn't just give up halfway. Zhao Bufan and the others' opposition could only mean one thing. They were stupid. If they didn't take the meat that fell into their mouths, then they couldn't blame the Four Seas Escort Agency for not eating well. Haha, it seems like everyone doesn't know the truth. But since the head judge has already given such an obvious hint, can't you all use your brains to think before you speak? Starting from Zhao Bufan, Boundless Sea's mocking gaze swept across their faces one by one. In the end, his gaze landed on Qi Mingyuan and Long Qiba. If you have something to say, then say it. If we don't clear things up today, there will definitely be blood spilled between us. Qi Mingyuan snorted coldly. He wasn't afraid of Boundless Sea's dirty tricks at all. However, Long Qiba didn't have this confidence. Being stared at by Boundless Sea like this, he subconsciously shrunk his neck. He secretly glanced at Cheng Haonan, whose face was also ashen. Today's matter was probably over. Okay, then let everyone be witnesses. Boundless Sea smiled coldly and turned to Long Qiba. Head Escort Long, this head judge will ask you a question. You better answer truthfully. Do you know that Cheng Haonan and Wu Baoliang are both evil cultivators? Evil cultivators? Everyone's expressions changed. The powerful Cheng Haonan and Wu Baoliang were actually evil cultivators. Only Lin Yi's expression was normal. He didn't dare to say for sure whether Cheng Haonan was a real evil cultivator or not, but there was no doubt that Wu Baoliang was. This was something recognized by the Northern Island officials. However, what surprised Lin Yi was that even if they were evil cultivators, so what? Did everyone need to have such a big reaction? Due to the chaos in the southern continent sea, murder and arson were everywhere. Lin Yi's first impression was that this should be a paradise for evil cultivators. Otherwise, why would Wu Baoliang run all the way here to take refuge? Everyone should have long been used to evil cultivators. There was no reason for them to be so shocked, right? In the end, Lin Yi was just an outsider. Although he had stayed here for a few months, his understanding of the southern continent's sea was not deep. He didn't even have a deep understanding of the Southern Continent's Escort Agency festival. If he knew that this was the representative of the Southern Continent's righteous path, he would understand why everyone had such a reaction to evil cultivators. Beside him, Qi Wenhan's reaction was interesting. After hearing Boundless Sea's words, he raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. His face was full of regret. Fuck, why didn't I think of that? Chapter 4488. He knew that Wu Baoliang was a heretic, but he had never thought of using this point to make a fuss. It could only be said that as the young master of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, Qi Wenhan still had a long way to go. If he wanted to reach the level of a crafty old fox like Boundless Sea, he still needed more experience. You're slandering us. Everyone, don't believe him. Boundless Sea is simply jealous and can't afford to lose. He maliciously slandered our Dragon Boat Escort Agency. Everyone had yet to digest this explosive inside story. Long Qiba hurriedly refuted with a red face, while Cheng Haonan's face was pale. The worst situation had finally happened. Slandering us? Boundless Sea smiled calmly. He didn't even look at Long Qiba. He turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone here is a discerning person. Think carefully about the match between Wu Baoliang and Cheng Haonan. Both of them had a strange layer of black aura. Don't you think it's strange at all?" At this point, if they still couldn't react, then they would truly be idiots. Before, when they hadn't thought about it in this direction, they hadn't felt that anything was wrong. But now that Boundless Sea had pointed it out, they immediately felt that there was something fishy going on. They're clearly only Golden Core perfection, but Wu Baoliang and Cheng Haonan are far stronger than Golden Core experts. Even nascent soul experts might not be their match. Is this normal? Moreover, I believe you've never seen this strange layer of black aura on their bodies before, right? Boundless Sea struck the iron while it was hot. Nonsense. Seeing everyone's suspicious gazes, Long Kiba couldn't help but anxiously defend himself. Long Kiba couldn't help but explain, Boundless Ocean, with your logic, does that mean all experts who can challenge those above them are evil cultivators? As the head escort of the Four Seas Escort Agency, are your standards so low? You haven't even seen these geniuses before? As for the black aura, it's purely baseless malicious slander. This is a secret technique that will never be passed on to outsiders. Is it strange that you haven't seen it before? Everyone's gaze focused back on Boundless Sea. Although they had their doubts, Boundless Sea's accusations lacked concrete evidence. Did he want to remove the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency from the list with just these speculations? Isn't this a little too far-fetched? Humph, you're about to die and you still want to quibble? Boundless Sea sneered. Then tell me, what kind of spiritual root type of cultivator could produce a black gas? Don't you think it's too easy for you to use the words unique secret technique? Regardless of whether it's a unique secret skill or not, it must be supported by the attribute of the spirit root. It is indeed impossible to create black energy. Wu Baoliang is dead and we can't verify it from him, but Cheng Haonan should at least prove it. Zhao Bufan suddenly interrupted. Even though he didn't want to be used by Boundless Sea as a tool, if he could prove that he was an evil cultivator, then things would be different. He couldn't let Boundless Sea take all the credit. Otherwise, Boundless Sea might take advantage of this opportunity to ride on his head again. With how shameless Boundless Sea was, it wasn't that they couldn't do something like exchanging contribution points for ranking. He has an extremely rare mutated spiritual root. It's normal that you guys haven't seen him before. Long Kiba said with a guilty conscience. Now that things had come to this, he could only bite the bullet. A mutated spiritual root. Not only could he explain why he could fight enemies of a higher level, but he could also explain the origin of the black energy. It was killing two birds with one stone. Of course, his excuse wasn't flawless. Whether it was a mutated spiritual root or not, as long as a professional spirit root testing tool was used to verify it. It was just that normal spirit root testing tools could be seen everywhere. However, it was very rare to have a 100% mutated spiritual root. Only those academies in the Eastern continent would have such a professional and exquisite tool. In the chaotic Southern continent it was rare. Cheng Haonan could only gamble that there wasn't such a tool prepared at the scene. That way, he would at least have a chance to turn the situation around. Otherwise, he would really lose his life. Sure enough, after Long Kiba said this, Zhao Bufan and the others couldn't help but frown. They really didn't have a 100% mutated spiritual root testing tool. Mutated spiritual root? Boundless Sea smiled calmly. Long Kiba and the others had handed themselves over to him. If he still couldn't deal with the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, then he didn't need to mingle in the southern continent anymore. He immediately said coldly, "Okay, then tell everyone what kind of mutated spiritual root does Cheng Haonan have. Let him come out and show us some basic martial arts. We'll know at a glance." Yes, show him. Everyone in the field agreed. They were just wondering why Cheng Haonan never used basic martial arts, but only used ordinary punches and kicks to fight. Even if this was his fighting style, as a dignified expert in the peak of Gold Core realm, he didn't even use his best martial arts. Wasn't it too strange? Not only Cheng Haonan, but even Wu Baoliang didn't show any basic martial arts with a clear attribute. He only showed a powerful martial art that everyone couldn't understand. Now that they thought about it, it was strange no matter how they looked at it. Long Kiba was dumbfounded. Even he didn't know what to do now. For all evil cultivators, no matter if they started cultivating directly or entered the Tao halfway, there was at least one point that was indisputable. All evil cultivators had to destroy their previous spirit root attribute before they started cultivating. This was because all evil cultivation methods were against the norm, and the foundation of their creation was the reverse spirit root attribute. Not only the 5 normal spiritual roots, but also those rare mutated spiritual roots had to be completely destroyed. Otherwise, it would cause a fatal conflict in the body, and the only result would be a sudden death. Long Kiba was dumbfounded. Cheng Haonan was also dumbfounded. Even if it was wind, rain, thunder, lightning, or other mutated spiritual roots, they could at least be justified and show the corresponding spiritual root attribute martial arts. But how could he do it? He couldn't say that he had a black spiritual root, right? How could there be such an inexplicable spiritual root in the world? It might be possible to deceive a 3-year-old child, but it was impossible to deceive so many experts present, especially Boundless Sea, who knew their ins and outs. Come on, we won't wrongly accuse a righteous cultivator, and we won't let any evil cultivator go. As long as you can prove that you are not an evil cultivator, I, Boundless Sea, will kowtow and apologize to you on the spot. Boundless Sea sneered and said eloquently. This time, Long Kiba was completely at a loss of what to do. In this kind of situation, no matter how much he said, it was useless. Only by displaying the fundamental martial techniques could he clear his suspicions. This was a dead end. R655. Chapter 4489. Long Kiba could only helplessly shrug at Chang Haonan. However, before he could say anything, a sharp and terrifying howl suddenly erupted from beside him. Chang Haonan's body suddenly emitted a thick layer of black aura. His state was the same as when he was fighting against Lin Yi. Taking advantage of the fact that no one had any intention of surrounding him, he broke into a run without saying anything. Bang! Chang Haonan wasn't an idiot. He knew that there was no turning back now that the situation had developed to this point. He definitely wouldn't be able to fool everyone today. Once his identity as an evil cultivator was confirmed, he would definitely be surrounded by everyone. Let alone the fact that Chang Haonan was currently exhausted. Even if he was at his peak condition, facing the pursuit of so many nascent soul stage experts, he would definitely die without a grave. There wouldn't even be a chance of survival. As a result, his only path of survival was to escape before everyone's killing intent fully manifested. As long as a top-tier expert like Boundless Sea didn't chase after him, he still had a sliver of a chance at survival. Seeing Chang Haonan rush out of the crowd and instantly escape from Magic Cold Plaza, disappearing from everyone's sight, Long Kiba was dumbfounded. Everyone present was dumbfounded as well. They were stunned for a moment before they realized what had happened. Fuck, he was fleeing to avoid punishment. Seeing this, a few cultivators in the periphery hurriedly chased after him. However, most of the people present were indifferent towards this. After all, Chang Haonan's strength was there for all to see. Don't look at how exhausted he was. From the astonishing speed at which he escaped, it could be seen that this guy still had room to struggle on his deathbed. With the strength of most of the people present, let alone the fact that they couldn't catch up to Chang Haonan's speed, even if they caught up, they definitely wouldn't be able to beat him. In his normal state, Chang Haonan could easily beat the crap out of them, let alone the crazy Chang Haonan who had turned completely black. It was true that the evil cultivator had to be killed, but no one was stupid. They wouldn't throw away their lives just to chase after an evil cultivator. Didn't they see that even a top-tier expert like Boundless Sea had no intention of attacking? With Boundless Sea's strength, of course he could beat Chang Haonan. However, right now was the crucial time to consolidate the fruits of victory. How could he chase after him? What if Zhao Bufan and the others took advantage of them? When he returned, it would be too late. If Boundless Sea didn't chase, Zhao Bufan and the others wouldn't chase either. Boundless Sea was worried about them, but they were also worried about Boundless Sea. Out of all the people present, the only one who could pose a fatal threat to Chang Haonan and have the heart to go after him was probably Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi frowned, suppressing the thought in the end. There was no other way. If he chased after Chang Haonan, no matter if he caught up or not, Boundless Sea would hit him while he was down. He would seize the opportunity to say that he was also an evil cultivator and ran away with Chang Haonan. In the past, no one would have believed this kind of bullshit. But now that Chang Haonan had confessed without being pressed, if Lin Yi couldn't clear his name, it would be the same as having yellow mud falling in his pants. Even if it wasn't shit, it would still be shit. Lin Yi didn't really care. With his background, as long as he spent a bit of time, it wouldn't be hard to clear his name. However, this would definitely implicate the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Regardless of whether or not they could recover their reputation, their hard-earned position as the head of the escort agency would be gone. Perhaps Boundless Sea had purposely tied the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency together for this purpose. Lin Yi naturally wouldn't let him succeed. even though he had made the decision to bide his time. However, Linny couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Even he wasn't completely confident in dealing with an expert evil cultivator like Chang Haonan. This time, not only was his opponent exhausted, he was also injured. This was the perfect opportunity to kill him, but he could only let it go. It was a bit of a pity. At this moment, everyone's gazes fell on Long Qiba. Chang Haonan's sudden escape had pushed him, the head escort of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, into the heart of the struggle. This situation was like Boundless Sea had set up a pot of oil, but Chang Haonan had casually pushed him down. Helpless, wanting to cry but no tears came out. This was Long Qiba's current situation. It was rare for him to ascend to the throne of the No. 2 escort agency, but he hadn't even had the time to sit down properly. He hadn't even had the time to be happy when this throne was swapped with a tiger stool, and he had to sit down on it. Long Qiba's current mood was so bad that he couldn't even cry. Under everyone's gazes, Long Qiba sat down on the ground as if he had lost his parents. At this moment, no matter what he said, it was pointless. He couldn't run away like Chang Haonan. After all, he had the entire Dragon Boat Escort Agency behind him. This was the foundation he had painstakingly built up. He couldn't just give it up, so he could only wait for Boundless Sea's verdict. Now everyone is very clear that Chang Haonan is an evil cultivator. There's no doubt about this. The Dragon Boat Escort Agency actually let an evil cultivator participate in the competition. Where does that leave our Southern Continent Escort Agency Alliance? Could it be that our Southern Continent Escort Agency Alliance has fallen to this level? Have we fallen to the same level as evil cultivators? Boundless Sea suddenly occupied the moral high ground. In a daze, he seemed to have returned to being the high-spirited tyrant of the escort agency. In the chaotic waters of the Southern Continent, morality was worthless. However, in some special situations, it could be used to kidnap everyone and become a sharp weapon that no one could resist. Boundless Sea clearly understood this well. At this moment, even Zhao Bufan and the others couldn't interrupt. If they followed Boundless Sea's words, they would become his followers. However, if they went against Boundless Sea, they would be openly covering up for an evil cultivator. They couldn't bear such a big label, so they could only turn a blind eye to it. Among the judges, only Qi Mingyuan continued to frown at Boundless Sea coldly. However, he didn't rashly say anything. After all, they were talking about the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. There was no need for him to take the initiative. It wouldn't be too late to counterattack when the other side made trouble. Facing the righteous Boundless Sea, Long Qiba couldn't say anything. Right now, he only regretted one thing. It wasn't allying with the Poison Eye mercenaries, nor letting Wu Baoliang and Chang Haonan participate, but going to the Four Seas Escort Agency to visit Boundless Sea that night. If he hadn't taken the initiative to give Boundless Sea a handle, even if he didn't have the chance to deal with the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and Ling Yi, even if he couldn't get into the top 5, he could at least retreat unscathed. It was much better than being trampled on like this. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Chapter 4490. So now, the fate of Long Qiba and the entire Dragon Boat Escort Agency was in Boundless Sea's hands. He was the only person who had absolute authority in this situation. Whether the Dragon Boat Escort Agency lived or died depended on his decision. Reading novels on the internet, using an evil cultivator to fight in the ring is an insult to the entire South Continent Escort Bureau Alliance. It's intolerable and unforgivable. Boundless Sea spoke harshly, scaring Long Qiba so much that his hands and feet turned cold. Only then did he announce, "Right now, as the main judge of the conference, I will revoke all of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency's results in this competition. However, since you guys aren't evil cultivators and were only deceived by others, we will temporarily retain the qualifications of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. We will see your performance in the next conference." As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire Cold Magic Plaza burst into discussion. As for the ashen-faced Long Qiba, he was overjoyed. He looked at Boundless Sea in disbelief. Only his results were cancelled and not his name forever? Boundless Sea's previous forceful actions made it seem as if he was going to fight to the death with the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. Who would have thought that he would let the Dragon Boat Escort Agency off so easily? This was truly unexpected. Thank you, Chief Judge, for your magnanimity. We were deceived by these two evil cultivators. It was I, the chief escort, who failed to recognize people. Our dragonboat escort agency is willing to accept the punishment. Long Kiba came back to his senses and hurriedly expressed his thanks. This result was already a blessing in disguise for him. It was indeed a pity to lose the second place, but since he had the Heaven's Equal escort agency to accompany him, it was still somewhat comforting. It wasn't too bad. Can you be more careful and change for the better? It all depends on your performance. Boundless Sea nodded his head, acting like a leader. Looking at this strange scene, Qi Mingyuan could not help but frown. What the hell was this guy trying to do? His intuition told him that Boundless Sea's actions weren't that simple. There had to be a deeper meaning. A stick in one hand and a carrot in the other. Long Kiba and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency were kicked off the stage by him, yet they still have to be grateful to him. Boundless Sea's methods have reached perfection. Linny smiled faintly from afar. Boundless Sea said it all depended on his future performance. In fact, it was like a sharp sword hanging over Long Kiba's head, forcing him to bow his head. He could only obediently be his underling, or else this sword could fall at any moment. From this point alone, Boundless Sea's methods could be considered brilliant. I just want to know what this guy is up to now. Why did you tie our Heaven's Equal escort agency to the Dragon Boat Escort Agency? The Dragon Boat Escort Agency has evil cultivators, but we don't. Isn't this nonsense? Qi Wenhan was still frowning. The dagger will be revealed at the end of the map. You'll know when you keep watching. Lin Yi shook his head indifferently. Sure enough, after Boundless Sea successfully grasped the right to speak through the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, he immediately struck while the iron was hot and turned to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. He looked at Qi Mingyuan with malicious intent and said, Chief Escort Qi, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency has already admitted to their crimes. You saw how I dealt with it. You just have to hand over the heretic cultivator and cancel your results. I believe that you're a smart person. Why don't you think about it? Linny was overjoyed. So this was Boundless Sea's true intention. No wonder he treated the Dragon Boat Escort Agency lightly. Apart from making it easier for him to control the agency in the future. Apart from making it easier for him to control the Dragon Boat Escort Agency in the future, this was the more important goal. To split the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. More accurately speaking, it was to split him and Qi Mingyuan. Without a doubt, the evil cultivator that Boundless Sea was talking about was none other than Lin Yi. Think about it? Qi Mingyuan sneered disdainfully. Think about what? Think about whether or not I should listen to your bullshit. Boundless Sea, you want to tie my Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency together? Don't you think too highly of yourself? You. Boundless Sea suddenly choked. He didn't think that Qi Mingyuan was this domineering before, but now that the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency had reached the top, he didn't think that Qi Mingyuan would be so overbearing. Qi Mingyuan didn't even put him in his eyes. In the past, if Qi Mingyuan dared to talk to him like this, Boundless Sea would have already stepped on him. As the overlord of the escort agency, he had the confidence to do so. However, things were different now. In name, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was the overlord of the escort agencies. Before confirming that he was a heretic cultivator, Boundless Sea couldn't do anything to him. Qi Mingyuan, I'm giving you a way out of this embarrassing situation. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You used a heretic to cheat and get points. What's there to be arrogant about? Boundless Sea's expression changed. Heretic cultivator? Humph, that's quite a big label. Let me ask you, who in the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency is a heretic? Qi Mingyuan sneered. He obviously knew that Boundless Sea was referring to Lingwan. He didn't dare say anything else, but if someone said that Lingwan was a heretic like Wu Baoliang and Chang Haonan, he wouldn't believe it. Lingwan. A sinister expression flashed across Boundless Sea's face. He shouted, You dare say that Lingwan isn't a heretic? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Yi with suspicion and scrutiny. Wu Baoliang, Chang Haonan, and this Lingwan could be said to be the most impressive Golden Core experts in this year's conference. Their strength was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Now that it was proven that the first two were heretics, what about this Lingwan? This sort of thinking made everyone naturally stand against Lin Yi. Boundless Sea had perfected this move of pushing the boat with the current without leaving a trace. Qi Mingyuan was about to retort, but at this moment, Lin Yi walked out from below the stage. He raised his head and glanced at Boundless Sea. He curled his lips and said, "How can you tell that I'm a heretic?" "Humph. You still want to quibble now? Your moves are the same as Wu Baoliang's. If you're not a heretic, then what are you? Could it be that we proper cultivators can already use the skills of heretics?" Boundless Sea looked down disdainfully. Everyone present nodded. Evil cultivators and righteous cultivators were two completely different systems. Just like how evil cultivators could not use martial skills of righteous cultivators could not use martial skills of evil cultivators. This was a well-known principle. Although the moves Lin Yi used just now seemed a little different, they were essentially the same as Wu Baoliang's moves. Boundless Sea's words were indeed very suspicious. "Haha. Let me ask you a question first. Did you eat too many retard pills?" Lin Yi smiled and didn't answer. "Huh." Boundless Sea stared blankly. Even though he didn't know what a retard was, he could tell from Lin Yi's mocking expression that it wasn't anything good. His expression immediately turned ugly. Chapter 4491. Just because it's the same move, does that mean you're a heretic? That heretic used a normal punch. Does that mean you can't use it? Otherwise, you'll be a heretic too? Lin Yi sneered. Everyone looked at each other. Even though the good and the evil could not coexist and martial arts could not be used, Lin Yi's explanation was not wrong. Sophistry. One is a normal punch, the other is a proper martial art. Are they the same thing? Boundless Sea exploded with anger. His face was full of murderous intent. Chung Haonan has already run away. You're not running either. Do you really think our South Continent Escort Agency Alliance has fallen to the point of associating with heretics? You don't even know how to write the word death. Haha. I don't know how to write the word death. Do you? Lin Yi's expression was completely fearless. It was as if he did not care about Boundless Sea's accusations at all. He even had the mood to ridicule Boundless Sea. Boundless Sea was furious. If he did not care about his status, he would have personally taken the place of the will of heaven. With his shrewdness, he would not lose his composure just because of a few words from Lin Yi. The main reason was that his and the Four Seas Escort Agency's current awkward situation was all caused by Lin Yi. How could he not hate him? Now that there was a rare opportunity to kill Lin Yi to vent his anger, he could not ask for more. However, Boundless Sea did not act impulsively because he did not know what Qi Mingyuan's reaction would be. It would be fine if he just stood by and watched. But what if he attacked to protect Lin Yi? It would be a chaotic battle. The situation would definitely go out of control. That would not benefit Boundless Sea at all. Now that the right to speak was in his hands, he did not want to take such an unnecessary risk. Moreover, if he killed Lin Yi, Qi Mingyuan would insist that he killed him to silence him. That would be troublesome. No matter what you say, it's useless. This chief judge will not argue with you. Boundless Sea turned to everyone and said loudly, Lin Yi used the same martial art as Wu Baoliang. It is enough to prove that he is the same as Wu Baoliang and Chung Haonan. They are all evil cultivators. Everyone can see this with their own eyes. It is indisputable. He was afraid that something might happen if this continued. The longer the night dragged on, the more dreams could arise. Boundless Sea was prepared to seal his coffin. After all, Lin Yi was different from Wu Baoliang and Chung Haonan. He had 30% speculation and 70% slander. He had to strike while the iron was hot. Wait. Qi Wenhan suddenly stepped forward. In a clear voice he said, Ling Yi is an inner disciple of the three big pavilions of the North Island, and he has the mission token of the three big pavilions of the North Island. This time he traveled thousands of miles to the South Continent, just to kill the evil cultivator Wu Baoliang. Let me ask you, how could such a person be an evil cultivator? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone exploded into an uproar, and they couldn't help but discuss animatedly. It turns out that he's a disciple of the three pavilions of the North Island. Then he can't be an evil cultivator. Many people immediately nodded. Not bad. Although the strength of the North Island is not as good as that of the South Continent, the cohesion is extremely high, and the high level of the three pavilions of the North Island is also full of experts. There are even profound ascension stage and even mountain opening stage giants, and they have always considered themselves as a righteous sect. How could this kind of place accept an evil cultivator as a disciple? Those who knew a little more about the North Island were even more convinced. Yes, a place like the North Island can't be compared to our side. We often have evil cultivators here, but the North Island is well governed by the 3 pavilions. Let alone their inner disciples. Even the surrounding cultivator tribes don't have any soil for evil cultivators to live in. Everyone agreed. Hearing everyone's discussion, Boundless Sea's expression couldn't help but change. If this continued, it would get out of control. Even he didn't know that Lin Yi was a disciple of the 3 pavilions of the North Island. After all, Lin Yi had only mentioned his background to Qi Wenhan and a few others when he first arrived at the Verdant Arc Sea territory. After that, he never mentioned it again. Even if Boundless Sea sent people to investigate, it wouldn't be easy. You can't say that. Even if Ling Yi is a disciple of the 3 pavilions of the North Island, it doesn't mean that he definitely isn't an evil cultivator. Boundless Sea immediately rejected. Oh, then according to you, Boundless Sea, our South Island Escort Agency Alliance wouldn't be in cahoots with evil cultivators. Are you saying that the 3 pavilions of the North Island would actually tolerate evil cultivators? Why don't we write a letter to the North Island and explain your doubts to the higher-ups of the North Island? Qi Mingyuan slanted his eyes and teased. That's not what I meant. Boundless Sea couldn't help but shrink back. Don't look at how he was strutting around the southern continent's waters, looking like an overlord, but compared to the overlords of the northern island's 3 great pavilions, he wasn't even worth a fart. Any one of their higher-ups could crush him to death in a matter of minutes. You keep saying that even if he's a disciple of the 3 pavilions of the North Island, it doesn't mean that he isn't an evil cultivator. If that's not what you mean, then what do you mean? Qi Mingyuan's expression was unkind. According to my investigation, that Wu Baoliang was once a disciple of the North Island. Since he's an evil cultivator, how can you prove that Ling Yi isn't? Boundless Sea snorted coldly, then added, this chief judge has always admired the 3 pavilions of the North Island, but for such a huge force like the 3 pavilions, it's normal for 1 or 2 scum to sneak in without noticing. Wu Baoliang is clear proof. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Today's matter was getting more and more interesting. It turned out that even this Wu Baoliang was a disciple of the 3 pavilions of the North Island. It was really unexpected. Wait, Boundless Sea, you said you investigated? Qi Mingyuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. This means that you already knew about Wu Baoliang's background, but didn't want to stop him as soon as possible. Instead, you sat and watched Wu Baoliang go up to the arena? Tell me, what's your motive for doing this? For a moment, everyone's gazes towards Boundless Sea became playful again. Anyone with a quick brain could figure out what was behind this kind of thing. However, as the chief judge of the conference, Boundless Sea kept saying that he was fair and just, but in the end he still did this kind of thing. That was too hypocritical. In the southern continent's sea region, people would worship a bold and ambitious person, but if it was a hypocrite who said one thing in front of others and another behind their backs, that person would be even more despised than a real villain. Boundless Sea suddenly sweated like rain. Just now, all he wanted to do was pull Ling Yi into the water, but he forgot such an obvious flaw. He quickly defended himself. My previous investigation only found that Wu Baoliang was a disciple of the 3 pavilions of the North Island. I can't confirm that he's an evil cultivator. In order to avoid wrongly accusing a good person, before I have enough evidence, I, as the chief judge of the conference, of course can't casually suspect others. Chapter 4492. This was a reasonable explanation, but it was clear from everyone's expressions that they wouldn't believe it so easily. In the southern continent, where conspiracy theories were prevalent, anyone who believed that Boundless Sea didn't have a single bit of selfishness wouldn't be able to survive until now. Since you're so cautious, why are you saying that our Ling Yi is a heretic just because of some groundless nonsense? Below the stage, Qi Wenhan scoffed and sneered. And your logic doesn't make sense at all. If he and Wu Baoliang are both evil cultivators who escaped from the 3 pavilions of North Island, then why would they come all the way to this South State Escort Agency event to fight to the death? Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Boundless Sea couldn't help but be furious at being mocked by a junior like Qi Wenhan. However, He suppressed his anger and didn't directly attack. He said maliciously, "This is a matter between heretics. If you want to know, you'll have to ask them themselves. If I were to guess, it's most likely because he practices the same mental cultivation method as Wu Baoliang, so he silenced them to hide his identity as a heretic." "You're slandering me." Qi Wenhan was furious. Boundless Sea was determined to convict Ling Yi of being a heretic. He wanted to kill him with just a few words. He was sinister and malicious. I think you're the one who's spouting nonsense. You don't even know that a heretic managed to become one of the higher-ups of your escort agency. Even now, you still dare to publicly protect a heretic. Do you really think that our Southern Continent Escort Agency Alliance can't deal with your Heavens Equal Escort Agency? Boundless Sea glared at him coldly. Qi Wenhan couldn't hold back his anger anymore. Even his father Qi Mingyuan clenched his fists. The entire Heavens Equal Escort Agency was united against a common enemy. They just needed to give the order and they would fight on the spot. Magic Cold Plaza was in a state of panic, as if a storm was brewing. Right at this moment, among the representatives of the Chamber of Commerce beside the judging panel, someone suddenly stood up. He cleared his throat and interrupted in a clear voice. "Can everyone listen to what I have to say?" Everyone's eyes immediately focused on this person. Some sharp-eyed people recognized him at a glance. This person was the newly appointed shopkeeper of the Hong Merchant Association's Arc branch, Honest Chai. As the second largest chamber of commerce in the 5 Great Heaven Stage Islands, the Hong Chamber of Commerce was a force that could not be ignored no matter where it went. Businessmen paid particular attention to harmony and wealth. Not to mention the huge financial resources under its command, just the various forces and relationships it had with it was enough to make anyone fearful. Offending the Hong Chamber of Commerce. It was absolutely not as simple as offending a Chamber of Commerce. It was practically equivalent to offending a large number of top-notch powers, and there was no lack of super overlords that occupied an island. As a result, even though Honest Chai was just a small branch shopkeeper, his presence here represented the entire Hong Chamber of Commerce. His every word and action represented the Hong Chamber of Commerce's attitude. Even Boundless Sea didn't dare to look down on him. He could only lower himself and fawn over him. After all, including the 4 Seas Escort Agency, more than half of the business of the escort agencies in the South Continent came from these chambers of commerce. The Hong Chamber of Commerce, as one of the most prominent, was their financial backer. If they didn't serve this rich man well, wouldn't they have nothing to eat in the future? Seeing Honest Chai suddenly stand up, Boundless Sea's heart suddenly thumped. He had a bad premonition, but the symbolic meaning of the other party's identity was too great, so he did not dare to forcefully interrupt him. He could only tactfully say, "Shopkeeper Chai, could I trouble you to wait for a moment? Business matters can wait until we have dealt with our family's scandal. Let's discuss the business in detail after that." Chief Escort High misunderstands. What I want to talk about isn't business. It has to do with young hero Ling Yi's identity. Honest Chai glanced at Boundless Sea. Without waiting for him to speak, he immediately turned to everyone and announced, "There is something that everyone might not know. I represent the Hong Chamber of Commerce to clarify that young hero Ling Yi is our Hong Chamber of Commerce's honorary vice chairman." Honorary vice chairman? The crowd erupted once again. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and disbelief. This ordinary-looking Ling Yi was actually the Hong Chamber of Commerce's honorary vice chairman? With this kind of status, no matter where he went, he would be a true big shot. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. However, at the same time, everyone had the same question in their hearts. Why would such a big shot run over to fight for the Heavens Equal Escort Agency? Did he have nothing better to do after eating his fill? The thoughts of big shots were truly unfathomable. While everyone was still in shock, Boundless Sea was completely dumbfounded. In the investigation report on Lin Yi a few days ago, there was no mention of this guy having such a dazzling halo. With the status of Hong Chamber of Commerce's honorary vice chairman, normal people would definitely want the whole world to know about it. But this guy from start to finish didn't say a word. It was as if he couldn't see the light of day. Fuck, how could there be such a low-key monster in this world? Everyone think about it. Our Hong Chamber of Commerce is open for business. How could we let a heretic become our honorary vice chairman? Honest Chai looked at Boundless Sea with an unfriendly gaze. Even though he was a coward, Lin Yi was his benefactor and benefactor. In the future, he would still need to rely on Lin Yi and Hongzhong's protection. That bastard Boundless Sea actually dared to slander him in front of everyone. If he didn't say a word, then he would really be ungrateful. With this, the situation was completely reversed. Everyone looked at Boundless Sea with doubtful gazes. Previously, when Qi Wenhan had proven that Lin Yi was a disciple of the Northern Island's 3 great pavilions, Boundless Sea could still say that Wu Baoliang was also a disciple of the Northern Island's 3 great pavilions. But now, Honest Chai had proven that Ling Wen was the Hong Chamber of Commerce's honorary vice-chairman. He couldn't say that Wu Baoliang was also the Hong Chamber of Commerce's honorary vice-chairman, right? Even if Boundless Sea had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to make up such a rumor. On the other hand, Lin Yi, seeing Qi Wenhan, Qi Mingyuan, and Honest Chai stand up for him at this crucial moment, not hesitating to shed all pretense of cordiality with Boundless Sea, made him feel gratified. But in reality, even if Qi Wenhan and the others didn't do this, Lin Yi alone was enough to prove himself. The reason why he had remained silent was because the more intense the situation became, the more humiliated Boundless Sea would be. Even though the Heavens Equal Escort Agency could rise, as the old hegemon, the 4 Seas Escort Agency's prestige still remained. Right now, Lin Yi wanted to trample on this little bit of prestige and make Boundless Sea the laughingstock of everyone. If that happened, then he wouldn't have any prestige to speak of. And Boundless Sea dared to have crooked ideas against him today. It was destined that he would be humiliated. Chapter 4493. Ling Yi, although so many people are trying to exonerate you, you use the same martial technique as Wu Baoliang. This is definitely suspicious. If you really want to clear your name, you have to prove in front of everyone that you are not a heretic cultivator. Despite his anger and shock, Boundless Sea could only continue speaking. With a cold expression he said, "If I can't prove it, then the Heavens Equal Escort Agency's results will be fake and won't count." This was Boundless Sea's current predicament. He had no way out. The other escort agencies were easy to deal with, but if he didn't get rid of Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and let the other side become the overlord of the escort agencies, he wouldn't be able to live a good life in the future. Accusing Lin Yi of being a heretic was something he came up with after watching Lin Yi and Wu Baoliang's match. Honestly speaking, he wasn't very confident, but he couldn't back down now. He had to believe that Lin Yi was a heretic. Sure. Lin Yi smiled faintly. He raised his hand and threw a frenzy fist at the stage under Boundless Sea's feet. The tightly guarded stage shook violently, almost causing Boundless Sea to lose his footing and make a fool of himself. He said calmly, "This is called Frenzy Fist. That move just now is called Thousand Frenzy Fiery Fist. Are you satisfied now?" This time everyone was in an uproar. The might of the violent flaming Thousand Bursting Fist was too exaggerated, and it was exactly the same as Wu Baoliang's violent Sand Thousand Bursting Fist. It was normal for them to have doubts in their hearts, but this violent flaming fist did not require any eyesight to be able to tell that it was a standard fire attribute martial skill. How is this possible? Boundless Sea was going crazy. It didn't matter how many people stood up for Lin Yi. It didn't matter how many halos Lin Yi had around him. He could think of a way to defend himself, even if he couldn't kill Lin Yi and the Heavens Equal Escort Agency in the end. However, as long as the public still felt suspicious, he would have profited. After all, he didn't need to pay any price. But now Lin Yi had clearly used a fire-type skill. He used his actions to dispel all suspicions. What else could he do? What's impossible? I'm a cultivator with a fire spirit root. If you still want to say that I'm a heretical cultivator, then don't blame me. Since there are so many people here, they should be the same, Lin Yi said lightly. That's right, then we're all evil cultivators. I wonder if Chief Escort High is one of us? Qi Wenhan laughed in agreement. The others also laughed and nodded. Everyone knew that Boundless Sea had been trampled on instead of harming others. He had made a huge fool of himself. Boundless Sea wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He wanted to slap himself in the face. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have been so obsessed with erasing the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and Dragon Boat Escort Agency. Otherwise, with his contribution in reporting the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, Not only could the Four Seas Escort Agency return to the ranks of the top 5 escort agencies, but it could also guarantee a certain degree of authority. At that time, Qi Mingyuan would become the new overlord of the escort agency. Because of this, the public did not dare to target him too much. Although he had lost his former prestige, the situation was not too bad. But now, although his Four Seas Escort Agency had returned to the ranks of the top 5 escort agencies, everyone had seen that he had slandered the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Just this point alone was enough to completely erase the merit he had received for reporting the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. If he wanted to use this merit to make a fuss in the future, he would not be able to do so. Not only would Qi Mingyuan not agree, but even Zhao Bufan and the others wouldn't agree. Especially when facing Qi Mingyuan in the future. He would naturally be in the wrong. When Qi Mingyuan stabilized his position as the overlord of the escort agency, who knew how much suffering would be waiting for him, however, even at this point Boundless Sea still refused to give up. He actually wanted to defend himself and save the situation. However, Qi Mingyuan would not give him any more chances. Chief Escort High. This year's Southern Continent Escort Agency Grand Conference has ended. According to the rules, I should be the judge for this year's conference. Should I be the one to announce the conclusion? Qi Mingyuan laughed and pushed Boundless Sea to the side. Boundless Sea staggered and almost rolled off the stage. Boundless Sea's blood boiled. He could not help but want to explode on the spot. As the overlord of the escort agency for many years, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, when he saw Qi Mingyuan's faint smile, as well as the playful gazes of Zhao Bufan and the others, it was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. He could only choose to shut his mouth. There was nothing he could do. These people clearly had unfriendly expressions. It looked like they were waiting for him to make a mistake. If he really did explode on the spot, not only would it be useless, he might even lose his position as one of the top 5 escort agencies. After all, the present was different from the past. His Four Seas Escort Agency had become a thing of the past. From today onwards, the Southern Continent Escort Agency alliance had changed. Helpless, Boundless Sea could only swallow his anger and walk to the side resentfully. It was better to live than to die. Even if he knew that his future wouldn't be good, he wasn't willing to give up his position as one of the 5 great escort agencies.